fighting games are kind of like in like the awkward post Bison period, you know.
Yeah. Fighting games are experiencing post Bison clarity.
You gotta get that post Bison clarity before you make any commitments.
Yeah.
Oh boy! All right. So yes, the big news thing, I suppose, for this past couple weeks has been Bison releasing for Street Fighter 6.
Yes.
And though I hope you have a better news topic than that.
I'm not sure.
Fair enough.
Like we have
been
Bison.
A slow week, especially with Street Fighter kind of eating everyone's lunch.
Yeah, we have Bison. We have the Marvel vs. Capcom collection. We have Jabali saying that if you throw...
was that the last couple weeks that Marvel came back?
Yes. And then we also have Jabali...
Okay, well, that's pretty big news. That's bigger than Bison.
And then we also have Jabali making a post saying that if you throw anything at CEO, you're fucking banned for life, brother. Much love, HH. Because apparently someone at the last CEO broke like a $3,000 light rig.
Oh, good lord.
Yeah.
But think about how long it'll take them to ban everyone.
Yeah. If everyone breaks
as long as everyone agrees to break one $3,000 light rig once a show. All right, yeah, proceed.
Oh, that's about it, honestly.
Oh, all right.
That's all that I'm aware right now.
Well then. Well, I suppose we should save the biggest news for last, so we'll still start with Bison. So, on the Bison front, Bison. He feels like Bison. And people are scared shitless of him. Bison's never been... Bison was already a kind of a problem in Street Fighter 5, but mostly because of the big fucking knee, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And I bet you anything, there's a lot of people that are just now experiencing Bison properly. And in a sense, I guess this is the first time that I've been around for the actual lifetime of a Street Fighter where Bison's, good.
Yeah.
So this has been interesting. Augustes?
Bless you.
Oh, the sinuses have been full for like several weeks. And the real brutal thing is that because they've been full for several weeks, there's going to be like 2 months of recordings where I'm sick. Or not sick, but where my sinuses are full.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, yes, Bison is quite good. Have you seen anything about the stuff in World Tour? Because I'm going to be real here. I stopped playing World Tour the moment that I beat it and got all the 18 character costumes.
I've been avoiding it because I want to experience it myself, but at the same time, I also haven't played Street Fighter 6 since Bison released, so...
Yeah. I'll say I beat the arcade mode but I don't think there's anything really notable to talk about the story of that because it goes about as you expect. Bison being like, oh, who am I? And then Jury is like, hey, you're Bison, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And then Bison beats her up and is like, yes, I am now Bison. I like this.
Bison, like, we just see Bison in a random room, he just goes, who the fuck? Looks around, where the fuck? And then just Jury. He doesn't speak. He's just there. You fight.
Oh boy.
You know Bison is evil because he curses.
So yeah, Bison, he's there. He feels good. He is really scary. So he's got high combo damage, especially with the charge now, or excuse me, the detonate now.
Yeah.
And at close range, okay, he's got really good normals. At mid range, okay, well, Scissor Kick is probably the best it's ever been. It is monstrously good. It is the talk of town of people saying, holy shit, Scissor Kick needs nerfed. And at long range, if you try to zone Bison out, Psycho Crusher. Okay, if you don't, head press.
They won't do it, but imagine if they nerf the scissors by just putting them back on charge. I left so fucking hard.
It makes Bison a bit more predictable, though I'm not sure to deal with the problem people have with it, where it's just way too safe for a neutral skip. And that's always gonna be the issue. Never mind the fact that by now half the fucking cast of Street Fighter 6 has a neutral skip button.
Yeah. With each patch, we get one step closer to fucking Marvel 4.
I'm sure there's plenty of oh, go ahead.
Listeners, Alex, we need to remember to act surprised when they announce Sentinel for Season 3.
Yeah. All right, anyways. Remember, though, kids, neutral skip is only bad when it's a character that is high tier and you don't play has it. However, nonetheless, that's a lot of the news there. He feels good, and I think we kind of just expect it by now, Street Fighter 6 characters. I think the first Street Fighter 6 character that doesn't feel good is going to be a real shock.
Yeah.
I don't know who it's going to be.
Fei Long.
That would make sense. That would make a lot of sense.
Like, I'm just trying to think of, like, okay, who could they add? And who could they add in a way that they could fuck him up? Well, like, T-Hawk is lame, but T-Hawk is already in the game. Like, he's not in the game physically, but he is there in spirit. So, like, okay, who's the next in the line? Well, Fei Long, I guess.
Yeah.
Even if you want to discount Fei Long, like, okay, so I guess Sodom, maybe.
Sodom's one, though, where I can't see them redesigning him too heavily because he's kind of an odd character that we don't have in the game right now. I mean, I think we both have a lot of confidence for Capcom's direction for 6 going forwards.
Yeah. Like, my only real complaint with the DLC stuff is that it takes a lot of fucking time for people to come out, but at the same time, World Tour, like I understand why it is so. It just still kind of sucks, but I get it.
Yeah. I'm glad that we're gonna be getting Terry probably relatively soon, in a sense. But I do remember, yes, there being quite a big gap between Ed and Akuma, and there will probably be much the same between Mai and Elena here.
Yeah.
So that is a little bit like, yeah, of course I'd like to have the thing now, definitely. But as good as they are, I'm willing to wait, because all of the Season 1 DLC characters for Street Fighter 6 were really good. So...
Yeah.
And like that's including Rashid, who neither of us like, you know?
Yeah, I mean, there is a timeline out there where I got the DLC pass earlier and I mained Rashid for a time. Because he was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
We just kind of stopped playing.
He does
yeah.
He does bunker shit that nobody else in Street Fighter does.
Yeah.
What a strange character.
I mean, he just has a KOF dodge for no reason. He just has it.
Well, when you look at that, plus you look at all of his air options, it's really so that he hasn't. It's really so that Rashid's only approach option isn't go to the air.
Yeah.
But I think that's really about all there is to say about Bison. I think we all knew Bison was the least exciting character of Season 2. And I say that as a big Bison fan who has mained Bison in several games. I love Bison. Bison was not the most exciting character of Season 2 at all.
Yeah.
Like, Elena is going to be kind of a situation of, like, also a bit less exciting. But she's still got the question of, like, okay, how similar... Like, how much of her are they changing? Because we've not seen her since 4, and Street Fighter 4 really aggressively focused on trying to make the characters as accurate to their past incarnations as possible, including not giving them new things. Though, come to think of it, I should pop open Street Fighter 4 and test Omega Mode, Elena, because there's a good chance that whatever she got in Omega Mode, she's going to have in 6.
Ah, yeah. You know
that has generally been the case for several characters.
Speaking
that
of
was our decade early warning of motion input DJ.
Yeah. You know the one thing that I'm missing from Omega Mode is, or rather I'm missing from them, like, you know, the way they changed the Omega Mode characters is very scans leg huddles.
The leg autos were really cool and helped kind of be visually distinctive, but I wonder if they held off just because it wasn't actually like that gameplay distinctive for it to be such a big change.
Oh, it was gameplay distinctive, not in 4, but outside of 4 it would have been, because Ken's leg huddles worked like Sakura's huddles instead of normal ones.
Oh, you could charge them?
Maybe, I don't remember, but he definitely had, like, instead of regular Hadouken stuff, it worked like he hit it off of crazy kicks basically. So instead of just having three separate sweet Hadoukens, he had three separate angle Hadoukens.
Oh, that is big difference. Yeah.
So yeah, like I feel like, you know, since like the thing that Ken's leg huddles did, where as far as I remember, were only also done by Goken. Goken's regular Hadoukens did the same angle stuff, but Goken is not here.
Yeah.
So like if Ken had leg huddles in 6, that would be unique.
Well, here's the thing: when you give a Shoto leg huddles that can be aimed at any of the 3 angles there, horizontal, diagonal, vertical, that is another character that is called Jury.
Oh, true. But Jury doesn't get to do that either anymore.
No. I mean, I think on some level that Street Fighter, they decided at some point that having Hados that could be shot in different directions just wasn't interesting.
Yeah.
Like, if Goken ever comes back, I think there's a good chance he loses the multi-directional Hados. Or they specifically change his air Hados to specifically be just more or less like, okay, yeah, this is just going to be a fireball version of a Shoryuken. Like, he's just going to shoot it straight up now.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I'm sure they have their reasons, but yeah, it just seems like it was that they decided it to be that way.
Then for other news, because I actually found some. So, Ed Boon, which I actually saw this in the wild, but I forgot about it. Ed Boon posted a video of Takeda.
Yes, it's not a whole lot, but it is a little bit.
Yeah, I watched it and I went, yup, that's Takeda. And then I went on my way.
Yep. I'm still wondering if they'll be bold enough to really give him Dhalsim normals.
Yeah, good question. The thing is, though, like, Takeda isn't Dhalsim. How do you explain him taking damage off of getting punched in the whip?
Now that's an interesting question. Yes, will he have that nonsense? Because at the end of the day, that's a big part of what balances Dhalsim. But Takeda, yes, he's throwing fucking robo tentacles at you, not regular tentacles. I guess. I mean, there's plenty of instances in games where you can hit a guy's sword and that still causes damage to him, right?
Yeah. I guess the question there, though, really is do you think the crowd that plays Mortal Kombat and only Mortal Kombat will put up with that?
I think that the people that are just there to play story mode have already wandered off.
Oh no, I don't mean the people who only play story mode. I mean like the dude bros.
Oh, well, those guys. I don't know. I don't think there's really as much difference between the Mortal Kombat, FGC, and the rest as much of the rest likes to act. I know that there gets to be this idea of, okay, the real fighting games, we've moved past at least how it was in fucking 08ers where Street Fighter was the only real fighting game, and then 12 where it's okay, Street Fighter and Marvel vs. Capcom are the real fighting games. At least we've now accepted Tekken and Guilty Gear into the Brotherhood, right?
But only after both of them turned to shit. Tekken more so, honestly, but
So Mortal Kombat, I do think that I've said before that I think there is a big anti-elitism thing a big elitism thing in the FGC, and I think it's partly just because Mortal Kombat is innately somewhat trashy by nature of the fatalities. Though amusingly, it's got less trashy with the desexualization of their characters, in contrast to Street Fighter, Tekken, and Guilty Gear, which are all still very happy to sexualize their characters. So, don't know where the line is supposed to be for what's trashy and what's not. But, furthermore, there was definitely a cultural thing there of Western dev stinky, Eastern dev, ooh, that's the good shit, right?
I don't know. Like, so I guess, but at the same time, people worship fucking Killer Instinct.
That's true, but is it the same people that shit on Mortal Kombat?
Yes.
Because when I think of the guys that worship Killer Instinct, I'm thinking of Maximilian. And Maximilian doesn't have beef with Mortal Kombat. He plays Mortal Kombat just fine.
Yes, I have seen the same people who shit on Mortal Kombat also worship Killer Instinct, yes.
Yeah?
Which is especially funny considering my thing with Killer Instinct was always that it looks like to me, the way that the sprites were done in the OG games looked like they were trying to mimic the the style of Mortal Kombat. I just didn't like it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's. I would definitely say that old school Killer Instinct was trying to imitate Mortal Kombat, which is funny because gameplay wise, that had a lot more similarities to Street Fighter. And now with KI 2013, it's very blatantly just trying to be Western Street Fighter, but with very 90s characters. Aggressively 90s at certain points. But yeah, there's very much an elitism thing with Mortal Kombat. And I do think that conversely, there's also, of course, going to be a dude bro contingent that plays Mortal Kombat that are, also Call of Duty types. And, they're stupid because, they're playing Call of Duty in current year, which is not a good sign. But I will say, I don't think Mortal Kombat is anywhere near as stinky bad as many fighting game FGC players like to act. Nor do I think that. Oh, thank you.
I didn't drink from it.
Okay.
I'm gonna bring Batman back.
Okay. Not sure if you want to cut that out or not. But I do think that, and I don't think that. I do think there's more overlap between the communities than people often like to act like.
I suppose so. I don't. My thing with the community stuff is that like whenever I see people talk about that stuff, like there's some overlap for sure, but a lot of the discussion that I see coming from out of Mortal Kombat or into it is still very us versus them. Like even with fucking ketchup and mustard, a lot of times they a lot of times they separate Mortal Kombat from the other fighting games, and like those guys are pretty fucking like those guys are, as far as I'm aware, as like overlapping as you get out of like maybe Sonic Fox.
They're very clean and professional, definitely. I mean, if the thing is to say that there's gameplay differences, of course there are. Mortal Kombat very clearly tries to draw more inspiration from 3D fighters in the way they do combos and many inputs. It's trying to be on some level a certain degree of Tekken in 2D, though obviously with input canceling, and when Tekken doesn't have input canceling.
I think Tekken, that's the thing. So Tekken didn't add input canceling into the regular game, aside from Akuma, and then like Geese. But yeah, Tekken didn't add regular input canceling, but they do have roaming cancels now.
Right, yes. Because they needed that.
Yep. I mean, like I feel like this
Tekken is one.
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, like, I feel like that needs to be studied sometime. How Guilty Gear decided that all of the Guilty Gear things need to go, and simultaneously, literally everyone went, okay, Guilty Gear shit, go.
Yeah, I think there is a clearer thing you can track there, because Strive kept enough of the Guilty Gear things to still be different, because it's still got the Roman cancels. They're not as strong as they used to be in many ways, and in many ways they're actually stronger, because they're not as strong combo wise, but Roman canceling in the neutral is far stronger than ever before in Strive,
Yeah.
And past Guilty Gears, if you Roman canceled in neutral, you were just burning meter for no reason.
Well, no. Remember YRCs in Xrd.
That's true.
Like, apparently, I don't know much about this because I don't give a fuck, but apparently that was like the big complaint about Roman cancels in Xrd, which is that it was a genuine tactic in tournament that you would Roman cancel in neutral so that you could eat the other player's input.
Oh, yes. Yeah, Strive had some weird issues like that. I remember that now. Or not Strive, Exard. Though did Strive not also have that issue?
Well, from what you're describing, that is their major use now.
Oh, well, I was meaning more so the slow-mo, but I'm sure that's been the case still with Strive as well. I want to say I was still hearing about that rather recently. I could be wrong. I don't pay that much attention. I think Street Fighter 6, like, you can tell Street Fighter 6 was intending on being different as soon as, well, the later seasons of Street Fighter 5. When the initial version of Street Fighter 5 was very clearly trying to be a more friendly Street Fighter to people who had never played Street Fighter, with stuff like, the V-skill system, where it's a special move that you just press 2 buttons, no motion inputs for everybody that hates motion inputs. And we've replaced, ultra moves, or the secondary meter will be on V-trigger, which has also got an easy activation. And it's just going to be 2 simple mechanics like that, or what we think are simple mechanics. Never mind the fact that V-trigger usually actually wound up being rather advanced, and I still don't understand the V-triggers to 90% of Street Fighter V's roster.
Yeah. Usually...
but the idea was to simplify it.
As a rule of thumb, if you don't understand the V-trigger, then it's a projectile cancel.
Yeah. And then you get and so much of the roster, was rather simplified. Bison doesn't have Psycho Crusher anymore. Akuma, things are a bit odd for him.
Akuma doesn't have Raging Demon or Air Huddles, which we still didn't get back. Like, I don't, once again, them removing back jump at Zanko Hadokens, whatever. I got used to those, so I would like them back, but I can understand why they would remove them. Why fucking remove neutral? Neutral jump. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not zoning.
Just to emphasize, go in.
Because like neutral jump, Zanko Hadokens was a good Oki tool. And like, whereas you can make the argument that
isn't forward jump Zanko Hadoken a good wake up pressure tool?
No. Well, that depends. Where are you?
I don't know.
Because like, if you're in the corner, then Air Zanko Hado misses all of them. Which is why
if you're in the corner.
Well, if both of you are in the corner,
because you're trying to wake up pressure in the corner.
Yeah, if you're trying to Oki in the corner, then Air Zanku whiffs. So
I see.
That's where neutral Zanku was very good. That also like if you didn't want to pressure people into the corner, if you wanted to do stuff like with that, like basically Air Zanku, like neutral Air Zanku was just another mix up for Akuma where he could go for demon flip dive kick, he could go for regular dive kick, he could go for Air Zanku, and then he also has his stuff on the ground. Like, I can understand why it, like, I can understand that pressure is a lot, but they gave Akuma another pressure tool that fulfills a similar purpose. Just, that's the thing. They gave Akuma another pressure tool that fulfills a similar purpose, but instead of fulfilling actually Zanko Hadoken's neutral Zanko Hadoken's purpose, it fulfills demon flip dive kick's purpose, which is a move that he still has.
Yeah.
So that's not confusing.
Yeah.
But anyway, continue.
But yeah. In the later seasons of Street Fighter V, you can tell that there was a change. And that change became real obvious around the time of G. When G had a much more complex kit. Well, Minot was already a big one, where it's like, why does she have so much more going on than the rest of the cast? And with her, I was like, well, she's not going to get simplified down the line because she's only got 2 or 3 moves. It's just that she's got incredibly complex 2 or 3 moves.
Yeah.
And then you get the G, who has like fucking a dozen moves. He has everything Q had and more. Which became really weird, because every other returning character lost shit, but when Q comes back, he gets shit. He gets more. What's going on here? And the longer Street Fighter V went on, the more it became clear that the direction was changing. And hey, Ono's out of the company. So you can pretty clearly track that. At the same time, I do think that, like, Drive Rush in 6, they wanted it to be a little closer to Roman Cancel than the YRC was,
Yeah.
Nonetheless, I think what it is with Guilty Gear, they slowed it down because, it's fairly obvious why. It's because the past Guilty Gears likely were put through focus testing and were told your game is too fast. People don't understand it. And as much as I don't like Strive, it has been a rather huge success by fighting game standards, where Exard and X2 either were busts or only barely failed to make numbers,
Yeah.
But they can't take X2 from me, so hey. Tekken, I don't know what... Oh, no, I know what happened with Tekken. They threw on more pretty colors and buttons to make it more anime. I think with Tekken, it's one of those things of, like, I have to accept that what is good for, Tekken's competitive sphere or its multiplayer sphere is not what I want. To me, Tekken and Soul Calibur both kind of have the same thing where I expect them to be more grounded.
Yeah.
And have the weirdo characters like Devil Jin or Nightmare or Cervantes that do weird shit. But I expect them to be more grounded without super meters, without any kind of meters besides the health meter. And just simply be, okay, it's just plain old-fashioned. Either you're a neutral heavy character or a rushdown heavy character, and that's really the two archetypes in that kind of 3D fighter. And you go from there. And with Soul Cal, starting with 4, introducing the armor break meter. And then 5 introduced more meter, and then 6 introduced more meter. And it became one of those things of like, okay, I recognize the Soul Calibur 6 is supposed to be a good fighting game. It's still ultimately not what I wanted from Soul Calibur, because what I wanted from Soul Calibur was to go back to 2 or 3.
It's not what anyone wanted from Soul Calibur from the looks of things. Not even Gerardo or Riviera could save it.
Yeah, that is also true. If Geralt and 2B can't save your game, that's that's kind of dire.
But yeah,
that's the two distinctive. Millennials love Geralt, and millennials love ass. So,
but yeah, there is also something interesting going on with yeah.
Oh, I was just gonna say real quick. I can't explain why though the adding more anime and meter stuff worked for Tekken, but didn't work for Soul Calibur.
See, I was gonna say there's also an interesting thing to draw there, where like Harada was moved off of the Tekken project, like either mid or like slightly pre Tekken 7. Where like I don't remember if the meters were in like the arcade releases of Tekken 7.
I have to imagine they were. Like, the entire thing with Tekken 7 was, hey, rage system now. Well, the rage system has more than just making you do more damage as you get to low health, I should say.
Yeah, but was that pre or after Fatal Retribution? Because with that it might have just been, well, we have to give Akuma Raging Demon, but how? Which like they figured it out regardless of the fucking race system, so whatever. But anyway, yeah. But it is interesting how Harada was moved off of the Tekken project and just gained a higher role in just generally being the Namco fighting games guy, but he doesn't have as much like whatchamacallit, like he doesn't, like, despite being in a higher position, he has less say overall from what I can tell.
Yeah.
And so like it is interesting to see how it went from the rage system, which I dislike, I think it sucks, but whatever, to the rage arts in Tekken 7, to alright, let's introduce 3 more bars in Tekken 8, which is the first game that Harada didn't have direct control over. Definitely.
Yeah, I don't know.
But yeah, then in other news, SNK's Yasuyuki Oda has more or less said that if the collaborations with Capcom pay off, then they would like for there to be a new Capcom versus SNK.
Yeah, I can't see Capcom agreeing to that. I'm sure SNK would like it, but Capcom already, like... Harada has said what he said about Tekken Cross Street Fighter before for a reason, right? It's not going to happen until Street Fighter and Tekken start going down in sales again, because at the end of the day, Tekken Cross Street Fighter manages to simultaneously be a competitor with both Tekken and Street Fighter, because there's plenty of people that would rather buy the game that has both than individually the games.
Yeah.
So they can't really do it until the game starts selling badly enough that it doesn't really matter. And with SNK, I don't think they really care that much. KOF doesn't sell monster numbers, really. And generally speaking, what people do buy KOF are going to buy KOF regardless of context. Like, I would say, realistically speaking, with KOF's own sales, you're more so looking to, let's say Europe and Latin America. Whereas if they were to do a Capcom versus SNK, that would be presumably aiming for sales in America and Japan.
Yeah.
Where KOF is perhaps not so dominant. At the same time, never say never.
And then there's also the Marvel vs. Capcom collection, which apparently, according to people, seems to be the Saturn version.
Of Marvel 2?
I'm checking. No, that's cross Street Fighter. So the X-Men Street Fighter.
Okay, I was about to say, I don't remember there being a Saturn version of Marvel 2. If it was the Dreamcast version of Marvel 2, then that's supposedly quite a good thing. Well, that would be, yes, a good thing, because that's the more or less arcade perfect version of Marvel 2 that also allows you to pick the same character on your team.
Yeah.
3 times, so you can have Cable, and get punched in real life.
Cable. I made him out of clay. Shit.
Oh, shit.
Apparently, that version, the Saturn version of X-Men Cross Street Fighter, might have the Punisher.
What?
Yeah.
I wasn't aware there was ever a Capcom version of Punisher other than the beat 'em up.
Me neither. I'm gonna check real quick. I look up X-Men Cross Street Fighter Punisher, and I get how to use V-Trigger.
Okay. Oh, you know what? Was it someone's V-Trigger named something Punisher? Like what? I forget. Was Bison's V-Trigger called the Psycho Punisher?
I don't know.
It's so screwy, because Psycho Punisher was definitely the name of that of Ultra 2 and Street Fighter 4, and now Super 2 and 6.
Fuck it, I'm just looking up the full roster. Maybe we can find it there.
Now, I want to say I heard with X-Men versus Street Fighter, there was a bit of worry over whether or not they do the version that includes crazy, stupid, infinite combos. Because, have you ever seen X-Men versus Street Fighter gameplay?
I've played X-Men vs. Street Fighter.
Okay. Have you done an infinite?
No.
Apparently, that game's real fucking crazy with them.
Oh yeah, I know that. Like if
which is going to be interesting.
I forget who it was, but I remember seeing on Infinite that was just jab and just juggled.
Yeah. I can't imagine the idea of a Zangief having an infinite, though. I just can't.
He did. And it was like low kick.
Oh my god. I was actually about to start looking up on my phone with the full expectation to like see a Mizumi wiki or Shoryuken wiki or whatever entry that says Zangief is the only character who doesn't have an infinite.
Alright, so looking at just the Wikipedia page, I can't seem to find any like version specific characters. Yeah, no. Like the only thing that it points out about the Saturn version is that it had more rounds than the arcade release.
I see. I was very confused there. I was like, what the hell? I don't remember there being Punisher in any of the Marvel vs. Capcom games. That was going to freak me out for a little bit. Hmm. At the same time, where would that have? Okay, now I guess I have to look it up. Yeah.
I couldn't find any info on like version specific characters or anything like that. So, because usually you go to the Wikipedia and it just says, hey, you know, I don't know, fucking in the Atomic Wave version, or not even the Atomic Wave, in the Megadoc version of fucking like I don't know, SNK versus Capcom Millennium Court Battle. You can play as Virgil, but only in the Megadoc version.
I mean, there was definitely a time period where, you know, like there was nonsense going on of, well, of course, there was the versions of Alpha, which added the whole characters.
Yeah.
So I guess it wouldn't be too entirely shocking. But that in particular, the amount of work it would take to make Punisher a playable Marvel character of any variety would be pretty crazy.
Nah, it's fine. Just paint over the cable sprite.
I was thinking more so they'd try and use the sprite from the Punisher beat 'em up, but that also would have a lot of issues.
This is newsworthy. So for the Marvel collection, they put out some of the older art, and you know to hype up the game, and they removed
Yeah.
Norimaru from one of them. Norimaru being the actual
The
real life,
comedian.
yes, the actual real life comedian that they also featured in those games.
Yeah, that. I think that, yes, there's a very good chance that the version of Marvel we get is a dumbass comedian-less version.
Yeah.
Because that probably presented problems for that particular Marvel game before.
He was in multiple, is the thing.
Was he?
Yes, he was in Marvel 1 for sure, but I forget if he was playable or if he was on assist. And then I think he was also in either X-Men versus Street Fighter or not X-Men versus Street Fighter. It was either Marvel versus Street Fighter or Marvel 2. He was in one of those as well.
Well, he definitely wasn't in Marvel 2, because then people would remember him and put him on tier lists.
But he would have been version specific, so I would assume that he would be banned from tournament.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Because the guy, from what I understand, the guy was a Japan exclusive.
Oh, yep. Now, which Marvel game was it where Bone Claw Wolverine was a secret character?
Good question. Because he's already in 2. I think that might have been
and he's
Street Fighter.
there right next to regular Wolverine.
I think that might have been Street Fighter versus, or whatever, X-Men versus Street Fighter.
That would work for time frame, because that probably would have been when Bone Claw Wolverine was a thing in the comics.
My favorite Capcom game, Street Fighter versus Street Fighter.
Yeah. You know, that may be the only way we're going to get Eagle back.
True.
Nonetheless.
Yeah, that's pretty much all of the all of the news that I found. So yeah, Marvel Collection, it's a thing.
Yes, right. So getting specifically to that, once we get past the business of the hypothetical punishisms, once we get past that, so yeah, it's pretty fucking nuts. That has been what people have been asking for a long time now for Marvel, free Marvel, right?
Yeah.
So that's pretty fucking crazy. And here it is, and it's going to be everything up to 3. So
Everything up to but not including. Yes.
Yeah. Which is going to be pretty nuts because realistically speaking, I mean, the big thing, of course, for most people is going to be holy shit, Marvel 2 on modern systems. But there are other games in this collection. Have you heard about that? That there was this game at one point called X-Men Children of the Atom or Marvel vs. Capcom 1.
Yeah.
And Marvel Superheroes, if you want to see Blackheart in his original fucked up form.
Yeah, I hope that they keep the I hope that they can import the whatchamacallit, the training mode like comments that they left for the HD re-releases. So you just boot it up and go into Blackheart, and then one of his moves just says, "This move is useless. Don't use it." Because that was because it had there was like on HD release of it like Third Strike, and it was made by the same people, and then they tried to write like actually like competitive information about the moves, and one of Blackheart's moves, the description just says this move is useless, never use it.
Yeah, that's just how Marvel is sometimes. That's great. I love that. I love everything part of that. And we're going to run into here. I wonder, for a lot of people, I mean, for us, for instance, we both heard about Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Well, no, actually, you probably played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 long before I did, right?
Yeah, probably. I think so.
Because I didn't get to play Marvel vs. Capcom 2 until Fightcade.
Yeah, I think I played Marvel vs. Capcom 2 before then, but I really like I mostly played like Marvel wise. I played mostly up to Marvel 1. So most of my Marvel stuff is just like up to Marvel 1.
Yeah. And it's going to be interesting then for a lot of people who have heard about Marvel 2 but never played it. And how many people do you think are going to get in there and go like, yeah, Marvel 2, and they get in there and it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah. What do you mean there's four playable characters?
What do you mean there's 4 buttons?
Yeah, that too.
Because if you're coming from Street Fighter, it's like, where are the other 2? And if you're coming from Marvel 3, then it's like, why is there a 4th button?
And then you look up a tutorial, and he says light punch, heavy punch, light kick, medium punch, and you go, where the fuck is heavy punch?
Yeah. Well, no, you're gonna be going, where the fuck is medium punch? Because heavy punch is still there.
No, that's the thing. That's the thing. No, you're wrong. The buttons on your controller are light and medium, and if you press them together, that's heavy.
No, that's not okay. What version of Marvel 2 is that? Because that's not the one that's on Fightcade. That's not the Dreamcast version.
That is the Dreamcast version.
Hang on, I'm popping up in Fightcade.
Like I tried to see if I can get the fucking Iron Man Infinite down, and I swear to fucking God that heavy punch was on fucking light punch and medium punch, which medium punch was the second button.
Fightcade has to update. Shit. All right. Buy purchase time.
Okay. Well then, do you think that video will get even more well known than the fucking you want to learn the fucking Infinite?
Yes.
That deserves it, honestly. Like out of all of the FGC videos, if there's only one that could survive, if I had to delete every FGC video, that video would remain. Like I'm not even that into Marvel 2, but that video is it's a national treasure. It should be in the whatchamacallit, the Congress. Is Congress the place where they where sometimes they put like very important pieces of media?
The Library of Congress, I think, something like that.
Yeah, that video needs to be in the Library of Congress.
I concur.
But
hang on, I need to fix my buttons because I'm using a goddamn Nintendo Switch controller because it's fucking easier to have that plugged in. Oh boy, I don't know how to remap this shit.
Press select.
Yeah, I'll just have to yep, do it that way.
That's you.
Me. I forgot how quiet I am. More fucking setting the volumes for Fightcade is such a nightmare because you got so many old fighting games that are like set to be blow your ass out because we need to get the kids in the arcades to pay attention to us. And then you have like Marvel vs. Capcom 2 that's stupid quiet. So we'll play some blow your ass out fucking arcade fighting game. And I have to go in and set the volume to 10% because then it's moderately reasonable to still be playing and have Discord running. Then Marvel 2, it's like, nope, now I gotta set it to 90% volume because this game is like a tenth of the fucking volume.
Yeah. You want to talk about fucking blown out audio stuff? Rabbit. Ever heard of Rabbit?
No.
Rabbit is EA's stand-based fighting game.
Oh, good lord.
The fucking audio chip is genuinely blown out. Like, there is...
Oh, no.
Like, I'm sure that the sound effects and the whatchamacallit, the music and stuff like that, it would be good for the game. I just can't fucking hear it, because all I hear is... while playing it.
So you want to...
Yeah?
So you want to know a really great thing?
What?
I started playing the PC port of No More Heroes last night. It's a game I've been meaning to get around to playing for years. And it's really fun. The PC port is really bad.
Why?
Is it also relatively
I see.
It crashes relatively frequently, but more importantly, there are sometimes where the game doesn't know what to do with the audio. The very first boss fight of the game is against the dude Death Metal. And he's shirtless, you fight him in the backyard of his mansion, he's got the big sword, okay. And, okay, the audio gets a little bit toasty with some moves if there's a little bit too much going on at the same time. The game doesn't know to not do the shit where the audio goes off at the same time and thus it all layers.
Yeah.
But there's a real problem when Death Metal gets to the late phase of the boss fight because he makes 2 shadow clone versions of himself.
Oh no.
And anytime one of them does something, it plays the audio 3 times layered over each other.
Nice.
So every time that I'd hit him or he'd go for a swing, it would be maximum toast. Fucking just blow your fucking headphones straight off your fucking ears. Just brr, 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 brr. And it's Steve Bloom that's having it done to him, too. Oh no, what the fuck?
What?
Okay, the buttons here are fucked in Marvel 2 on the fucking Switch controller here. Because, okay, I got Light Punch. And I can confirm that in order to get your mediums, it's press light punch twice, and then you have heavy punch. And pressing both light and heavy together does nothing. So I am right, which is the important part. However, light punch is on the heavy punch button and vice versa.
Ah.
The heavy kick button, for whatever reason, making Iron Man taunt. The light kick button not only activating heavy kick, it also is inexplicably turning the game's run speed up to like ×3 or ×4.
Oh.
So, I mean, so the really funny thing is that when you turn the run speed up to ×3 or ×4, Iron Man moves about as fast as Magneto does at ×1. So there's that. So, nonetheless, now I thought I had heard that with this newest update that they found some new bugs and introduced them to the Dreamcast games. So that may be what's going on here. Hang on. And yeah, I don't know what the fuck is going on here. Hang on, let me see if I can change my buttons.
In theory, you should be able to press select and it should give you the quick remapping stuff.
Yeah, that's not doing anything.
Oh.
Also, for some reason, every time I press... Okay, I figure out that light kick for now, for some reason, is on right trigger. And if I do that, it simultaneously Iron Man throws out a light kick and also calls a Dr. Doom in for an assist.
I don't know how that would even work mechanically, but I thought you were gonna say that Iron Man throws out a light kick and a light punch at the same time. His friend just fucking breaks.
Here's the really weird thing.
Yeah.
Left trigger calls out Cap for the assist, my other character, and also does the heavy kick. So I have two heavy kick buttons, one of which will call out Captain America, and the other causes the game to turn into fucking light speed.
Nice.
I don't know if this is a fucking issue of the Dreamcast controller not knowing what to do about the Switch. I don't know if this is an issue of Fightcade not knowing what to do with the Switch controller, or just that the Dreamcast games right now on Fightcade are fucked.
Good question.
Just for science's sake, hang on. Let me unplug the Switch controller and put it back there. And move the PlayStation controller over here, even though the connection, this damn, these ports on these controllers, they just go out so easy, you know?
Yeah, I'm also having that problem. My PS4 controller is just like it's working fine, but sometimes the cable just doesn't like it moves a nanometer, and then it goes, okay, no, you lost connection, fuck you.
Yep. And with Marvel, with playing fighting games against you guys, I had to change that shit.
Yeah.
Okay, now the game isn't playing audio, though I'm willing to bet anything that's because it's trying to play the audio out of my PlayStation controller.
Yeah, probably.
Oh no, this is weird. It's only playing audio whenever I hit, as long as I'm pressing the start button.
Oh.
Oh, and now it's only acknowledging inputs from my left stick and not my D-pad. And every now and then the fucking rumble in my controller just goes nuts for no reason. I don't know what's happening. Okay, yeah, Captain America, Zangief, the fucking Marrow, why not? Hang on, let's see. At the very least, let me try this shit out in training mode again and see if it's doing interesting stuff. Okay, the buttons actually are fine. And once I'm in gameplay, I can even use D-pad for movement. So it looks like it's just, other than the goofiness revolving around this controller port issue, It actually looks like it's going more or less fine. Okay.
So it's a Switch controller issue.
Yeah, it's a Switch controller issue, which is good and also bad. It's good if I can figure it. It's just universally good if I can figure out how to map the damn. If I can figure out how to map the Switch controller properly for the Dreamcast emulator.
Oh, I can help with that.
I'll figure it out on my own time. But nonetheless, there you go. All that to confirm, yes, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 does have a light button and a heavy button, but your mediums come from just pressing light twice. And importantly, only if the first light hit connects.
That will never not be weird.
So, you know. Oh, what the what the fuck?
What now?
Well, okay, so I unplugged the controller because I don't want to put up with the input nonsense. Or I don't want to put up with the nonsense surrounding the audio and the fact that the controller just acts weird sometimes, right?
Yeah.
So, that has caused that bug I was getting with the Dreamcast. That has caused the input bug I was getting with Dreamcast to now apply to the PlayStation controller.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. This is... Okay, I'll restart the emulator. Okay, is it just now that there's an issue when you start up? Does it consider my controller now that I'm not using a direct wired connection? Now I'm using a wireless connection. Does it consider my my controller to be a new controller type that isn't mapped properly yet?
Oh, it could, yeah.
Okay, well, it looks fine now. Okay, hang on. Let me get in the game now. Hang on. This is fucking weird. Oh, it just crashed.
Nice.
Game development must suck, man. Oh no,
Yeah.
Now it's just simply if I press a button, Marvel 2 just crashes.
You want the newest feature?
Yeah. This is fucking weird. Okay, I'll fix this some other day, I guess.
If you put a special button combination, you unlock Gamora. In Marvel 2.
Okay. Okay, so... Yeah, okay, back to Marvel stuff that we can actually talk about that isn't just my version of fucking Fightcade going apeshit for some reason. Yes, so... With Marvel vs. Capcom, it is just immediately exciting. It's less exciting... okay, if this had come out 2 years earlier, we'd be going apeshit, right?
Yeah.
Before we had Fightcade. And that is going to be the question with this, is Capcom, you know, as company so far, it doesn't seem like anyone's really gone after Fightcade too harshly. But anytime they release these old game collections, it does enter the question of, yeah, but the Marvel collection is going to be in competition with Fightcade, because there's going to be a lot of people that would prefer to just stick with Fightcade, at least partly because it's free.
Yeah, which
like,
is
for people who are really big fighting game fans, they're largely going to be buying the game not to play it, but just to give Capcom the indication that they want more Marvel. Because they're probably just going to keep playing Fightcade.
Yeah, which is why I think it would be just overall better if they stopped just porting the arcade versions and instead ported the versions that have the most stuff. Because, you know, what if instead of, you know, what if it's instead of being able to play Dirt Strike, the arcade version on my PlayStation, or being able to play Dirt Strike, the arcade version on my PC, I could choose between playing Dirt Strike, the arcade version on my PC, and playing the Dirt Strike version with fucking Gil in it on my PlayStation, you know? Then there's an actual incentive to play that version instead.
Yeah, I think they aim for the arcade versions because that's generally considered the competitive standard. Never mind the fact that the Street Fighter Arcade collection actually wasn't competitive standard at all and notoriously had several issues. Like, there's some major Makoto bread and butter that just straight up doesn't work in the arcade collection version of Street Fighter 3.
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, supposedly all of those games in the arcade collection have little things that are wrong with them.
Oh.
Yeah. Which I don't believe they made the same mistake with the later Fight collection, though. Darkstalkers, Cyberbots, Red Earth, that collection, you know.
Yeah, the Darkstalkers collection. Also,
but it gets into,
shit.
yes, the issue that various consoles tend to get enhanced versions of the arcade games. And so you get into the issue, I mean, not just with a version of Street Fighter 3 that has Gil, but we've talked about before, the best version of Street Fighter Alpha, just for I want more characters, I want the big roster, is the fucking version of Street Fighter Alpha that only came out on the PSP.
Yeah. And like,
it's the only Street Fighter game that has
imagine if you got to play a version of that with a fucking button mapping that doesn't suck ass. Like, I played that version recently. Let me tell you, it is unnatural to put heavy punch on left bumper. I know the PlayStation Portable didn't have that many buttons, but shit.
Yeah, and let me tell you, I have the Street Fighter Arcade Collection on Switch. I got it so I could play with my dad. And the Arcade Collection on Switch has to build the inputs around the assumption that you're going to be playing in undocked mode with the handheld version.
Yeah.
Or no, more specifically, it assumes that you're going to be playing with one of the little Switch knob things taken off the side.
Yeah, the Wiimotes.
And that, the little Wiimote things only have the 4 face buttons, the stick, and the shoulder buttons. So that is the exact same thing, except instead, heavy punch is still on right shoulder, but now heavy kick is on left shoulder. So it's still supernatural.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that a lot of the issue of why they don't go with the PSP version of Street Fighter Alpha as like a bonus thing is, for one thing, probably because the coding is difficult. There's who knows how PSP emulation works.
Yeah.
But furthermore, that there would be issues ensuing from that. And probably the fact that the PSP was not a super pretty console. So they probably down-resed quite a bit of things and graphically downgraded stuff.
Oh, yeah,
and
true.
I'm sure they're not going to ask anyone to go into the files and figure out how to up-res the shit back. Because at a certain point, what are you changing? At what threshold do you cross where you've gone from remastering to remaking, right?
Yeah.
Because this Dead Rising remaster right now is called Dead Rising Remaster. And it's called Deluxe Remaster. And I'm looking at it.
It's a remake.
And not only are the yeah, it's a remake. It is not a remaster. They have kept the animations and nothing else. And in credit, they've kept the animations and the maps look more or less like exactly the same. But then we can't call Metal Gear Solid 3 a remake because they've very clearly been very faithful of the animations and the maps on that.
Yeah, like from what I've read, because they did put out a tweet about that, and they said that they kept the like maps. So like they didn't redesign the maps and they didn't remake the animations, but basically everything else new. And that's not a remaster, that's a remake.
Yeah, like, well, you know me, I've played more Dead Rising than there's people out there who played more Dead Rising than me, but it's a number that's smaller than 1,000 certainly. And in that trailer, Frank is doing shit that like. Okay, Frank has that move in the original, but he can't do this shit with it. Like, when he starts throwing out those lame punches, he starts adjusting his footing and, like, moving out in so that he keeps punching the same zombie. Whereas in the original Dead Rising, Frank would throw 2 punches and those would both knock the zombie out of his radius. And if you wanted to get up there and punch him again, you had to stop punching, take a few steps forward, and start punching again.
Yeah, which they did, like... They said that they added quality of life improvements, which I took to mean we redesigned some gameplay elements.
I mean, like, the fundamental thing with doing Dead Rising 1 in the modern day is unless it's like a straight port re-release like the ones they've already done for the PS4, but unless it's a straight port re-release, if you're going back and changing anything, there's going to be fundamentally the expectation of Okay, so they've changed the Survivor AI.
Yeah.
Which I love Dead Rising, and I've thought for a long time if they made a Dead Rising remake, just modify a couple things and make the AIs not so stupid and make the graphics prettier. And I mean, that is actually what we're getting, so hey. But nonetheless, it gets back to the thing of like, I would love to see a re-release, re-releases of the oddball console versions of various fighting games that came with extra bullshit. But they can't run into issues like that. I mean, like the same thing with PSP is also the best Darkstalkers game. It was never put on anything except the PSP. Except for Vampire Matching Service.
Yeah.
Which is about competitive with it. And that was a big thing for the Darkstalkers collection is, okay, these are better ports than the ones we got in the Street Fighter Arcade collection. And I bought this quite happily because I love Darkstalkers and I'd love to support more Darkstalker stuff. However, the best Darkstalkers to play with my friends is Vampire for Matching Service on Fightcade. And that version's never getting ported again because that's such a fucking bizarro version that barely that's definitely not the pro version either. Because like if you're a competitive Darkstalkers player, odds are you're just playing straight Vampire Hunter or Vampire Savior. There's some fucking weirdos that I'm sure are playing Vampire Hunter 2 or Vampire Savior 2 competitively, but odds are the lion's share of anyone who's playing Darkstalkers competitively is playing Vampire Savior, and they're not playing Vampire for Matching Service. But for our laughs and fun, where we want the big roster and we want our characters to have all the moves, then yeah, Vampire for Matching Service is the best Darkstalkers.
Yeah.
And it's not in the collection. Marvel, in a sense, it gets less complicated because Marvel 2 is just flatly the biggest, craziest Marvel, and there was never a port of Marvel 2 that made it crazier.
Yeah. There's also some things with that because, like, I guess this also gets into the remastered stuff. But, like, for example, apparently, you know how Second Impact natively supported widescreen?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was planned for Third Strike. They just got it. And like half of the code is still there. So
and that's really funny to think about because I'm thinking of like the Third Strike Xbox 360 port that everyone loved and played the shit out of. That very prominently is not widescreen and has the little side thing going on that notifies you, hey, you've punched with Chun-Li 100 times or shit like that.
I hate that. Like, I understand why they did it, but I never like those things. It makes just regular play feel like a chore for some reason. And like those did that, like that did that. The Darkstalkers on PS3, the version of Darkstalkers 3, and I forget which version of Vampire. But yeah, like that thing did that, and then KOF 13 does that.
Yeah,
and I just never liked it. It's like the fact that okay, like at least the Capcom ones. At least those are just like, all right, here's your progress towards an achievement, whatever. I still think it's ugly, but whatever, it doesn't matter. In KOF, if you do the stuff that it asks you to, it gives you meter. So like, you're literally handicapping yourself by not doing the dumb shit that it suggests you do because you get meter.
That is really dumb.
Yes.
And fucks up the balance.
Yes.
That is really fucking stupid.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
But
oh, man. All right. But the thing with Marvel, the Marvel collection is, okay, so if this does well for sales, the question is, okay, what are we planning from here? Now, inevitably, the thing that will always be brought up is Marvel 4, which, yeah. However, Disney. Like, that's just always going to be the issue with the new Marvel is that Disney's in charge of it, and Disney has proven they have no idea how to do any of this.
I can't look for, or rather, I can't wait to play my favorite Marvel vs. Capcom character, Rey Skywalker.
Yeah, I don't see it being that, for instance, but I do see them, for instance, saying, hey, so our next movie's going to be about Nova, but not the Nova that everybody loves. Put in the new Nova.
It's not gonna be the Nova everybody knows. It's gonna be the wrestler. But yeah, yeah.
But there's also people saying, like, okay, well, if this sells well, maybe we'll get Marvel 3 with rollback.
No.
And that I look at and go, weren't we just years ago talking about how much of a nightmare it is to try to introduce rollback into 3D games?
Not only is it a nightmare to introduce rollback in 3D games, it's like a double nightmare to introduce rollback in 3D games retroactively, which this would be. So.
Yeah, like how much money did NetherRealm have to spend to add rollback to Mortal Kombat X because it had delay at launch?
Yeah, like the only way Marvel 3 would have gotten rollback is if it was in this collection. It's not. So.
Like, they could do Marvel 3 with rollback and sell it for $40, which would get people who aren't competitive fighting game players to say, what the fuck, we're getting robbed here.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, I would see more of a chance for them doing a less ugly version of Marvel Infinite than a rollback version of Marvel 3. Like, Marvel Infinite, but hey, we've added a filter now. We've added a cell shading filter, so it's not quite so fucking ass ugly.
You will literally just what Maximilian Dude is doing?
Yes. Okay, but here's the thing, right? Is that Marvel Infinite already notoriously is mostly just reused assets from Marvel 3. Could you imagine, okay, hey guys, Marvel Infinite, we put everything through a cell shading filter, and also we ported over fucking Wolverine and Virgil. Like, do you think that if, okay, we added 5 characters from Infinite, we made it moderately less ugly. Excuse me, we've added 5 or 6 characters from 3, we've made it moderately less ugly. Do you think people will then be like, oh shit, Marvel Infinite's hype?
I don't think so. I feel like there's just a lot of like I feel like 5 or 6 characters would not fix the amount of shit that's missing in Infinite. Like, gameplay-wise, people already say that the Infinite is fine. The problem is the roster and the graphics.
Yeah. I think with the roster, what sticks with people is, where the fuck is Magneto? Where the fuck is Storm? Where the fuck is Doctor Doom? Right? Where the fuck is Sentinel? Because all 4 of them are gone because the Fox connection, and those 4 are really the most iconic characters for the Marvel side of the Marvel vs. Capcom roster. Them plus Wolverine and Cyclops, I guess. And Cyclops would be way too much of a fucking nightmare. Like, everyone I've listed off other than Cyclops can just, it already exists in Marvel 3. So do we still have the tools to take shit from Marvel 3? Well, maybe we could make that work. Cyclops has never, the Capcom version of Cyclops has never been put in 3D. So that would cause problems.
I hope this is the next game, Capcom vs. Cyclops. We could only get Disney to license that one character, and we chose him. Fucking
now, in fairness, he is the dude that rather prominently is on the cover of Marvel 2, or the Marvel collection, shaking hands with Ryu. And Cyclops stocks have been way up since X-Men 97 came out. I think Cyclops stocks are at the highest they've ever been, honestly. It's time to invest.
I mean, even if they weren't, you can't really go much worse. Like, you know, whether you could go much worse. The opposite of what I just said. I was like, okay, Iceman.
Capcom versus Shumagorath.
Nah, Shumagorath could still work. Capcom versus Iceman.
Yeah, that's Iceman's pretty close to being the lamest guy on Marvel's side.
Yes.
Like, I feel like I'd also throw in Spiral, but at least she's weird in some way, you know?
Yeah. Like, as much as I love him, Capcom versus Omega Red. Like,
You know, Omega Red was cool in a few of the Marvel vs. games. He was cool in Children of the Atom. He was also monstrously overpowered in Children of the Atom.
Yeah, I remember playing him a lot in Marvel's Street Fighter and whatchamacallit, Marvel 1. He was good in those. It was fun.
Yeah. Comparative to, let's say, from the Children of the Atom, Colossus was really fucking good in Children of the Atom and never got to be there again.
He wasn't even playable in half of the games, so...
Yeah. Well, they brought, like, he's a weirdo grappler character in Children of the Atom whose gimmick is, oh, I've grabbed you, I can now do 3 or 4 different fucking enders to this. And then go to Marvel 2 where it's like, I've lost the system entirely, I now only have the charge.
Yeah.
That's it. And the fucking, the giant swing, which no one uses because it's just straight up worse than the shoulder charge. Oh boy, Marvel 2 is a rough time for my 2 Russian boys, huh?
Yeah. And Marvel 2 is a rough time for a lot of people. Akuma sucks, apparently. Like, you still saw him get played because he's Akuma. But otherwise, were he anyone else, he would stink. Even more than he already does.
I feel like the issue with Akuma in Marvel 2 is that the best version of Akuma in Marvel 2 is Dark Sakura. Or Evil Sakura.
Maybe. I don't know because I never played.
The thing that always
Evil
cracks me up
Sakura.
with Marvel vs. Capcom 2 is that most of the Capcom side is really shit. Except, hey, here's Dhalsim and Strider, I guess. They can keep up, mostly. Fucking Dhalsim of all characters, too. It's so bizarre. I can't explain why, but I always expect a Marvel version of Dhalsim to get suck ass, you know?
Yeah. I mean, a new version of Marvel, okay. Imagine if they have a new version of Marvel and it has Mr. Fantastic as a rival character to Dhalsim.
That'd be great, especially because you know that Capcom would make some showdown art where they're all tangled up but still trying to punch each other.
Yeah.
I mean, if we get a Marvel vs. Capcom 4, hypothetically, we're never going to go back to the Marvel vs. Capcom 2 days where 70% of the Capcom side of the roster is all Street Fighter.
Yeah.
Capcom doesn't need to do that anymore, and furthermore, the only reason they really did that was to recycle sprites. If there was a hypothetical Marvel vs. Capcom 4, I would expect it to be a similar situation to 3. We get 4 picks, and you know that 2 of them are going to be Ryu and Chun-Li. Yeah. So it's just in question who the other 2 are going to be.
See Viper.
Yeah, if Marvel vs. Capcom 4 also recycles characters and animations and models and shit from Marvel 3, there would be some degree of riot. I think that if you want to get to a position where nobody ever asks for Marvel vs. Capcom again, that would be the way to do it, is to just release Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite 2.
Yeah. This time there's no Ryu or Chun-Li, there's only Sea Viper.
The question I would ask is like, okay, well, the obvious one is Luke, because Sea Viper was there as Street Fighter 4 representation.
Yeah.
At the same time, Luke's just kind of a Shoto, but slightly different. Like, I'm sure on one hand, Capcom wants to make Luke more iconic so that he's a marketable character. On the other hand, would they sacrifice the gameplay variety for that? Or would they be more likely to put in, I don't know, Jamie or Kimberly or Marisa in his play? Well, Marisa, I almost feel like they'd be scared Marisa would tamper with the mainstream appeal of the Marvel side of the roster, because she's kind of a weird character who would scare heterosexual men with very fragile heterosexuality.
Yeah.
Like, Street Fighter weirdos can be weirdos in Street Fighter, but can you imagine if someone walked into the offices while they were thinking of Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and they're like, guys, I've got it. For Street Fighter 4 representation, Hakan. They would slap the guy, then throw him out of the window.
Like I feel like the other thing with Infinite was, and this is the thing, like, of course I am biased, but at the same time I feel like the Street Fighter representation isn't complete without Akuma, because like he was there for all but Infinite.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, that's another issue. I think 3 even still felt awkward. Like, 3 is still, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 is also very good. In many ways, it's better than 2. However, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, every now and then I have to look at it and remind myself, like, oh yeah, no Cable, no Cyclops, no Captain Commando. Boy, that's a little bit odd for some reason.
No Jin.
Yeah.
I forget his name. He starts with S. Whatever. Sao Tome? Maybe?
Yeah. Yeah, and in my head, I'm one of the Marvel things I just always think of is Jin calling for his big stupid robot's fist to appear on screen. That one sprite that just suddenly appears on screen. Lord knows how that robot even reaches half the goddamn stages.
Yeah.
No Amingo.
I mean, Amingo had a short life, but a good life.
Yeah. I think if there was a Marvel 4, the biggest missing one I could think of that I could still see them somehow skipping out on, I could almost see them saying, you know what, Darkstalkers, we're going to have someone other than Morgan this time from Darkstalkers representation.
They don't remove Morgan, but she is still the fucking Darkstalkers 1 sprite.
God damn it! God fucking damn it! How many? I feel like we're stuck in an infinite loop with the Morgan fucking sprite. Nonetheless,
I mean, I would make the joke less if they didn't genuinely use it for in like 90% of their crossover games in the 90s.
Yes,
with no
and there
touch-ups
was
ever.
So the other day I was downloading Rivals of Aether characters.
that was a Morrigan from fucking Darkstalkers 1.
Yes. And like so many other characters, there's loving sprite work put into giving them a new sprite that fits the Smash Brothers style. But Morrigan, the top Morrigan on the workshop is in fact still just the fucking Darkstalkers 1 sprite.
Poor woman. She's just stuck that way. Someone help her.
But she's not, though. But then she kind of still is stuck, because Marvel 3, it's like, oh, finally, we've got Morgan in 3D. And then Marvel Infinite's like, okay, well, we're going to reuse that shit. Like, the gag is not going to be Marvel vs. Capcom 4, here's Sprite Morgan. The gag is going to be Marvel vs. Capcom 4. Everyone's been upgraded to the Street Fighter 6 level of quality for visuals. Except Morgan, who is inexplicably still Marvel vs. Capcom 3 Morgan.
Yeah.
Everyone else has the Street Fighter 6 semi-realistic but exaggerated art style. Morgan's still cel-shaded.
No, she's not cel-shaded. They gave her like the realistic shader, but it is still the same model. They didn't even upscale the model.
And right next to her on the roster are Felicia and goddamn Anna Karis, who have whole new animations and models and everything, even though they could have recycled Felicia from Marvel 3.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like for Darkstalker stuff, it's always Felicia and Morrigan, and then a third rando. Because like in 2 it's Anacarius, in 3 it's Shenko.
Yeah, I went with Anacarius just off the top of my head because he's one of the Darkstalker's names that always springs out to me, but I don't see it being Anacarius again.
Yeah. I mean, and then
I don't see it being the Fishman.
Probably not.
Jeddah. I mean, Jeddah was really cool, but yeah, he's probably just for Infinite. Man, Jeddah was so fun in Infinite.
Jeddah was like the one good thing about Infinite.
I wish Infinite had a bigger roster and wasn't so fucking butt ugly.
Yeah.
Because, like, sometimes I do get the itching, like, ooh, I could really go for playing some Thanos right now.
Yeah, I was about to say,
and
like,
not doofy bubble throwing Thanos.
I was about to say, like the only things that I remember, the major things that I remember liking about Infinite were the Thanos rework and Jeddah, and then they.
Ultron was pretty cool.
Yeah, I didn't like him.
Yeah, but he was fun as a zoner, calling in ads and bullshit.
I guess.
I don't think either of us ever played with the DLC, so we don't know how like Sigma or Black Panther or Black Widow or Bucky are.
Yeah, Venom. I saw footage of Venom, and he played like Marvel 1, so that was good.
Yeah, that was, my memory is that the Venom seemed to have more graphics budget than the rest of the game combined.
Yeah.
Because, like, my God, trying to put Marvel 1 or 2 Venom into goddamn 3D is like, how?
Imagine that. Like fucking imagine if they bring back Venom for a hypothetical Marvel 4 with the RE engine.
Like, that is the Marvel vs. Capcom Venom is maximum goop.
Yes.
And that shit is so hard to animate in 3D. That's one of the rare things where the 2D side is cheaper to do.
Venom in the Marvel series is portrayed by my favorite fighting game content creator Maximilian Goop. Anyway,
in my head, I always think of the dude with 2 O's, so that's a palindrome. Yeah. So in my head, for whatever reason, it's now Venom is Maximilian Goog.
Yeah. It's actually supposed to, like, it's written like Van Gogh, and just no one knows how to pronounce it.
Yeah. Shit.
So anyway, what was I gonna say? Like, yeah, I mean, of course, for a hypothetical like Marvel 4 Darkstalkers rep, the Renro Darkstalkers rep, of course, I will suggest my boy Galen. He's not likely, but you know, there's appeal there.
Yeah,
they can sell him.
I feel like the third Darkstalker slot has to go to a weirdo, you know? And like, Talbane's not, Talbane's not a huge weirdo. Dimitri's not a weirdo. Donovan's not a weirdo.
I mean, I think
wasn't Donovan in Marvel vs. Capcom 1 anyways?
Oh yeah, he was an assist.
Right, and that's why the little girl is in there as well.
But Dimitri, it's less that he's not a weirdo and more so that they don't want to spend the budget on making Midnight Bliss ever again.
Oh, God! I mean, Midnight Bliss in modern day... I mean, the trick would be just make a model that doesn't have an animation, right?
Yeah.
Because the Midnight Bliss sprites never moved.
True.
But nonetheless, yeah, that would be the issue, and Marvel wouldn't approve of, hey, can we make female Captain America just for Dimitri to kill her? No. Like, that's going to be the issue with it, crossing over with anyone other than SNK, is because most brands tend to have lawyers that are rather aggressive about protecting certain images.
Yeah. Hey, can we make female Captain America so Dimitri can kill her? No. All right, can we make gay Spider-Man only if he's in the black suit?
Yeah. Well, the gag with Spider-Man would be they always use the
they
always use Midnight Bliss to get in Easter eggs. The gag with Midnight Bliss on Spider-Man is that he would turn into Spider-Woman, even though that makes no sense because Spider-Woman's a different person.
Yeah. I mean, that works for a lot of comic book characters. Like, Iron Man just turns into Ironheart.
Oh, yeah. I mean, well, the thing is, I'm pretty sure there have been alternate universes where Iron Man was a woman, where Captain America... Yes, there is, in fact, an alternate Marvel universe where Civil War never happened because of one small change. In that universe, Iron Man is a woman.
Tony and Steve are fucking...
Yes, actually, yes. Civil War doesn't happen in that universe because Tony is a woman in that universe, though presumably still being Tony, you know, it's fucking anything that moves. But nonetheless, they get together, and that prevents Civil War from happening because Tony and Steve never get into that harsh of a disagreement because they're fucking married.
Uh...
I love comic books.
See, like, also the other thing with, like, if we're putting the Marvel, this new hypothetical Marvel on the RE engine, the other problem with my suggestion of Gallon is also, like, who the fuck are we gonna pay to render all that fur? Because, like, they have workarounds to make fur look more detailed than it is. Like, they don't have to actually, like, you know, model that fur or whatever the fuck. They could make it work. At the same time, RE engine...
Yeah, I mean, Street Fighter 6... I mean, just for the RE engine, Resident Evil 8 had plenty of fur bullshit going on, because, like, half the enemies in that game are a goddamn werewolf. But nonetheless, I do have confidence in Street Fighter 6, post-Street Fighter 6, Capcom to make really ambitious fighting game character designs look very good. You know, the other thing I think with the Capcom side of things is, like, Marvel, it would probably be a mixture of the classics that everyone expects. Like, you know, Capcom would ask Marvel, like, okay, can we throw in Sentinel even though you don't have anything planned for Sentinel in the movies? And maybe get away with it, right? Because, you know, Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite was able to sneak Nova in, even though Marvel has no fucking plans for Nova, especially not at that time.
Marvel hasn't had plans for Nova in the past 40 years.
Yeah. And if they do Nova now, they're not going to do Richard Rider. They're going to do the new one. They're going to do Sam Alexander.
Yeah.
So they were able to sneak Nova into Infinite, and they were able to sneak Ghost Rider into Infinite, even though they didn't have anything planned for his ass either. So I'm sure that if they did a Marvel vs. Capcom 4 and the Fox thing is gone, then it would be, okay, we need Storm, we need Magneto, we need Sentinel. It doesn't matter if you guys have anything planned for any of them. And other than that, I'm sure that there would be then several mixed in that would be Disney mandated. Miss Marvel would probably be a guarantee. Probably several others from the new generation. Which, you know, Miles, Kamala Khan, sure, yep, both of those are good. I don't know if Disney would want to force in the newer time skip X-Men, because that'd be really weird, especially if we get 90s adult Cyclops and 90s adult Jean Grey, but then they have like Baby Angel or Baby Beast.
I mean, there's also some classic characters that are not returning ever. Like, I don't see in the current climate, unless the 97 show did something that I didn't hear about. Like, I don't see people ever welcoming Gambit ever again into their lives.
Gambit was in 97, and my understanding is Gambit was pretty fun in 97 because he's just really sad, kind of a loser.
Okay, so they just made it more obvious. That was always his gimmick.
Yeah, I mean, Gambit's always been kind of a sad loser, but like in 97, I think that Rogues explicitly left him, so Gambit's just kind of like, I'm playing with cards, Marcelli, but I'm really fucking depressed. I need some gumbo.
Because, yeah, like, fucking, like, the thing with Gambit is, I love Gambit, but I wouldn't think that people would want to have Gambit just because he's Pepe Le Pew, but I'm human. So, like...
Gambit's more classy than Pepe Le Pew. And Gambit's more depressed than Pepe Le Pew.
I mean, apparently, especially now, yes. But... But yeah, like
Gambit, I don't think is off the table for a hypothetical Marvel 4 at all. I think with X-Men characters, Capcom's demands, well, not demands, but I think if Capcom gets a free pick, then their 2 free picks would be Sentinel and Shumagorath, right?
Yeah.
Because Disney's not going to ask for Sentinel. Shumagorath actually does fit into the MCU stuff because Shumagorath did pop up in Doctor Strange 2.
Okay, but
albeit he wasn't called Shumagorath, but it was very blatantly Shumagorath.
Imagine if they release a teaser for this Marvel 4, and the teaser image is Shumagorath and Amingo tangled up.
Well, that would be the definitive image that if they showed it would give me all the confidence in the world. To me, that would be the one I would look at it and say, yep, Marvel's back. When we get the fucking goofballs in from both sides, that's when Marvel is back. You know?
Yeah. I was like, yeah, I feel like, especially if this collection does well, like I feel like they can't not include Amingo anymore. Like he is Marvel.
Yeah. I think that, like, similarly, Ruby Heart, like, seeing Ruby Heart would make people go, like, oh, yeah, Marvel. Even though nobody fucking plays her, but nonetheless, she's the one on the cover of Marvel 2 with Cable.
Yeah. So this is a weird question, but isn't Ruby Heart owned by both Capcom and SNK? Or something like that?
SNK also has a sexy pirate girl, but I don't think she's Ruby Heart. But she was in KOF 14. Did she come back for 15? I don't remember.
I'm asking because I remember, like, if memory serves, they did have a thing going on where they just had, like, I remember explicitly Ruby Heart being owned by SNK and Capcom, and they just both went, alright, we're just gonna put her into games that are not crossover with each other for some reason.
I'm going to look it up. I thought Ruby Heart was specifically made by Capcom for Marvel 2 to be like the assembler of the Capcom team, to contrast with Cable is supposedly the assembler of the Marvel team.
Or if I just checking out what game is Ruby Heart from, she is explicitly made for Marvel 2, so like. But apparently there's one of 4. She's one of 4 original characters for the game. Who are the other 2? Because alright, Ruby Heart and Amingo. Who else?
Sanson is considered an original character, even though she had her own game, because she's officially the daughter of the Sanson from the arcade game.
Ah, okay.
As for the 4th original character, oh, that's a good question, because to me, that's the trio. That's the original character. That's the OC trio for Marvel 2, is Ruby Heart, Sanson, and Amingo. Because, like, then when I think of goofy French characters for Marvel 2, I think of Servbot and...
Real questions. Is Amingo a Darkstalker? Not yet, but he could be.
He does... So I believe Amingo actually was a rejected concept art for Darkstalkers. And somebody in the Marvel vs. Capcom team saw that and was like, yo.
Yes, but unironically.
Yeah, this shit be fire. We can only make 4 new sprites for this game. Here's one of them.
Okay.
Well,
So this is weird. So I just checked the original characters for Marvel vs. Capcom, the entire series. One of them is Norimaru, which I would assume is one of the original characters for Marvel 2.
No, he debuted before that.
Yeah. There's Ruby Heart, Sanson, and Amingo, that makes sense. Ultron Sigma is not from that game. Shadow Lady and Shadow are barely original characters, fuck you. Abyss?
Yeah, I guess Abyss would count. He's not playable, but I guess it counts. Okay, wait. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Okay. The fucking thing chick we're thinking of from KOF 14 is called Love Heart.
Ah.
So she's a very obvious Ruby Heart reference, but she is not Ruby Heart.
Okay.
Weird.
Did Love Heart appear before KOF 14?
I don't think so.
Because the character that I'm thinking that I talked about was in one of the older KOF games, or not necessarily KOF, but one of the older SNK fighting games. I remember. Hence my confusion.
I think we're all very confused right now. Okay. Do you know what would sting in Marvel vs. Capcom 4?
What?
The fact that you know Firebrand will be back again.
Oh no.
That's the thing. He is the routine roster spot stealer.
Yeah. We'd have Firebrand and we okay. April 1st, Capcom announces that they will announce a character on April 1st. The character... Well, no, they announced 2 characters on April 1st. They announced the characters. You would have the video. It's Ghosts and Goblins music. They announced Firebrand and Red Armor.
Yep, we've gotten rid of Arthur. He was actually pretty fun and gimmicky, so we've got rid of him.
Instead Firebrand now takes up 2 slots. Fuck you.
Even on the character select screen, they're now merged to form the complete shape of him doing that fucking invincible dive bullshit.
Yeah. And like the red, like the thing is, since this is not Firebrand, this is Red Armor. They don't have the same moves because Red Armor can summon demons.
Yep, there you go.
Red Armor gets his bullshit from CVS or whatever else, SVC Chaos.
I would not be shocked if it's that we don't get Firebrand, we get Red Armor, and that's the explanation. And it's like a fucking Mega Man to X change, where it's like, okay, if you're a Ghosts and Goblins super fan, then I can see how this is a big change. But for me, mentally, even having played a bit of Mega Man X, whenever I see X in Infinite, I don't call him X, I call him Mega Man.
Yeah, he's Mega Man.
Yeah. And his moveset is quite different from Marvel 2 Mega Man, but still, for me, he's not X, he's Mega Man.
And not only that, but also, like, the other character isn't called Mega Man Zero. But Mega Man X is Mega Man X. He is Mega Man.
Yeah.
Like, you know, just like, it's like Mega Man and X in Marvel, I guess, is kind of like a Keiji Muto, Great Muta situation. But like, everyone knows it's the same guy.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I guess technically in the story it's not, but he's just Dr. Light making a better Mega Man.
Yeah.
Than sticking him in a tube for 100 years or something like that. I'm not super up on my Mega Man canon.
I tried playing through the X series for some reason. I don't remember. Oh, we fell.
Yes, we did. I accidentally need my desk, and that caused the microphone to topple over. One of these days, I'll change the microphone situation, but probably not a day that's soon.
You needing the microphone reminded me. Like, okay, I don't. Would I be pissed or would I? Yeah, would I be pissed or would I not be if they announce 8 on 4 Marvel 4, but not fucking Street Fighter 6?
See, that would also be an interesting question, right? There's the question of characters appearing in Marvel when they're not appearing in their base series.
Yeah.
Because here's a funny thing about Marvel 3. Virgil's there in Ultimate, right?
Yeah.
Ultimate Marvel 3 came between Devil May Cry 4 and DMC Reboot, which respectively, DMC 4 at that time didn't have Virgil and wouldn't have Virgil for another 4 years after Ultimate's release. Or 5 years, maybe even. I don't remember. Was it 2015 or 2016 that DMC 4 Special Edition came in? I don't remember. Either way. And Virgil's next appearance after Marvel 3 was going to be in the reboot, where he's the shitty not Virgil that everyone hates that wears a fedora and snipes fetuses.
Yes.
Yes. So Virgil was getting more love from Marvel than he was from Devil May Cry at that time. And Trish was getting way more love because she wasn't even playable in 3.
She's still playable. What do you mean?
Yeah, she was playable in 4 again, and then back to being non-playable in 5. So hypothetically, they could do Marvel 4 and it again have Trish in it, and she's not in 5. She's not playable in 5.
Now that they're going all in. This time you get to play as Lady.
That would be really cool. I know that I think the thing is, I think if Marvel 4 came out, Devil May Cry would probably have 4 representatives. Because there is no way on God's green earth that Marvel 4 comes out without Dante and Virgil. Marvel 3 has just made them now Marvel mainstays. So there's no way that it comes out without Dante and Virgil. Like, Virgil is now permanently etched into the halls of Marvel vs. Capcom terrifying, stinky characters, alongside the 4 gods of MCC 2 and fucking Morrigan in Marvel 3, and I guess to a lesser degree Dark Phoenix as well. They're really the 3 pillars of Marvel 3, aren't they? Virgil, Phoenix, and Morrigan.
Yeah.
Zero can probably be lumped in too, though, because Zero's really good in Marvel 3.
It depends. Can you do the stupid Strider bullshit that Zero can also do, but better?
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those ones, what is it? It's Team ZMC, right? Zero May Cry. The team of Zero, Dante, and Virgil supposedly is supposed to be like Marvel vs. Capcom 3's version of hypothetical Dalsim.
Yeah.
When you look at the numbers, the team of the team of Zero, Dante, and Virgil is the best in Marvel 3, flatly. But no one has the execution necessary to pull it off.
Yeah.
Comparative to Phoenix, Morrigan, Zero, or Phoenix, Morrigan, Virgil, which is generally quite a bit easier to pull off.
Yeah.
Maybe throw in Sentinel as well, just for the little drone attacks. Sentinel is the fucking eternal rocks. He is the rocks upon the eternal shore for Marvel. I don't think there's ever been a Marvel game where Sentinel wasn't good.
He's
Sentinel
relatively Sentinel is relatively bad in Infinite. Relatively, being the like most important word there.
Well, yeah, I guess he's bottom tier for not being in the fucking game.
Then which one is it that I remember? Because I remember in one of his appearances in 3 then, I guess. Like, the one of his appearances, he's relatively bad. But by relatively bad, they mean that relative to being able to control the entire fucking game.
Yeah, I think they toned him down in Ultimate, because at Marvel 3 launch, Sentinel was stupid broken. To the point that at Vanilla Marvel 3 is often called Sentinel vs. Sentinel 3, A Tale of The Fate of Two Sentinels.
Yeah.
And I've seen an edited cover where they've also replaced all the characters on the cover with Sentinel.
Well, I saw that too.
It's great, isn't it?
Yeah.
And like, you go back to Children of the Atom, Sentinel was stupid good in Children of the Atom.
You go back to Children of the Atom and you realize that it's actually Children of Sentinel.
At least in Children of the Atom, it's like, okay, yeah, Omega Red and Colossus can both give him trouble.
Omega Red?
Omega Red.
He didn't. He's sus.
The fucking... Okay, we know Omega Red did it. However, we need to vote out Iceman first for being a stinky zoner.
Yeah.
Akuma attends the meetings, but his fucking vote is secret.
Akuma attends the meetings, but he's always voting himself.
Yeah. Shit. Oh man, that's a. Okay, yeah. Back to the Marvels. The Marvels.
Yeah.
Forever long we want to keep this up. I don't know. I think with Capcom side of the roster, I feel like Capcom side of the roster of Marvel vs. Capcom 4 has much more potential to be interesting than Marvel's, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Capcom has a lot of stuff to pull from, and it will just be fucking like Dead Rising and Monster Hunter and Dino Crisis or whoever.
Yeah, Frank, I don't know. Dead Rising remake coming out implies to me that they don't consider Dead Rising to be history. that they're still interested in keeping the series alive. And Frank had such a bizarre design in 3 and Infinite that I could see them keeping him around just because he has such a unique character design, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking
I guess I wouldn't be super shocked to see them replace him with Chuck, but it'd be weird.
See, I figured that they would add both Frank and Chuck.
As big of a Dead Rising fan as I am, I feel that Frank should stay the only Dead Rising representative in Marvel. I think that more than Frank is too much.
Oh, I'm not talking about how I'm not saying that I think they should add more. I think that they would. There's
that's
separation there.
That's a good question, because on one hand, yeah, Chuck has had as much representation in the Dead Rising series itself as Frank. And if you pre-order the Dead Rising remake, you get a Chuck costume for Frank.
I saw that. But yeah, like my logic is that, like, they would that they would put in a Monster Hunter character even though Monster Hunter has no characters. Like,
well, the Monster Hunter was already a DLC character in Infinite. So
I know that's why I'm saying yes.
That character will definitely be back, and I think that if they do a Marvel 4, then it'll probably also retain the Infinite version of Bucky, because Bucky's one of the most beloved characters in the MCU.
Yeah.
So I think all that would go on. But the thing with Marvel vs. Capcom to me is that Infinite on the Capcom side did not have that many new additions. They had to have more new additions on the Marvel side to deal with the MCU stuff that Disney wanted to tie into the MCU. So the Capcom side for new stuff, it's like, okay, here's X, here's Jeddah, here's Sigma, here's Monster Hunter. Was anyone else new on the Capcom side of the roster?
I don't remember the roster.
Because, otherwise, when I think of Capcom characters, it's Dante, Chris, Ryu, Chun-Li, Arthur, and Morgan, and these are all characters who have absolutely been in past Marvels. They are all recycled from Marvel 3. No Felicia, though. God, Marvel Infinite had some issues.
Yeah, I'm checking the roster, and
it's funny that neither of us play Felicia. The closest thing there is to a Felicia main in our group is Pink, who doesn't like Darkstalkers.
Yeah.
And,
Hagar.
Nonetheless, you and me...
Wait, no, Hagar was in 3.
Yeah, Hagar was in 3.
I forgot.
Neither of you nor me are Felicia mains at all. We don't play Felicia. She's a weird character. Nonetheless, both you and I can look at Marvel Infinite with no Felicia and go, oh, this isn't Marvel. Marvel has Felicia.
Oh.
She's just one of those characters that it's like, well, of course she's there. She's Felicia. She's an iconic Marvel character.
Yeah. So not only looking at the roster, not only did Capcom have less newcomers, Capcom just had less characters overall. Marvel had 12?
Yes.
Or not 12. Marvel had 2 more, rather, than Capcom.
Yes. Yes, the DLC was more Marvel-sided. Capcom's DLC was only Monster Hunter and Sigma, while Marvel got Venom, Black Panther, Black Widow, and Bucky.
Yeah.
And to my understanding, Bucky is really fun in Marvel.
I wouldn't know.
I think I've also heard good things about the Sigma design in Marvel Infinite, but I don't remember. Which Mega Man, I feel like Mega Man, there's always the question of Zero, I feel, is also getting to the point where he has to be there. Was Zero in Marvel 2?
No. Maybe. No, that was X, I think.
X wasn't in Marvel 2.
Okay, well, X was definitely in Marvel 1. Which I
No, he wasn't.
No, see, if memory serves, am I mixing shit up? Because I remember...
X and Infinite was new.
No,
He was advertised as Capcom's big newcomer. I didn't mention it earlier because, again, to me, X and Mega Man are the same character. But Infinite specifically advertised X as the big newcomer to the Capcom side of the roster.
See, because I remember Mega Man having the X armored super in the older games, but I might be misremembering then.
Mega Man definitely had the golden armor super. He also had the weird pilot a helicopter super.
I remember the pilot helicopter super, but the golden armor stuff, I remember him having this, the big shoulder pad armor stuff. He just gets, the new outfit and does a beam.
Yeah, he. I definitely remember him having that in Marvel 2. He had that version. Roll had a parody version where instead of having the golden beam, she would shoot rockets out of her nipples. Because weird.
Yeah, but isn't that an X thing? The big fucking armor with the beam. I forget. Well, whatever. Doesn't matter.
X has one too. Yeah. In the story mode of Infinite, the resolution is that X turns into that form and takes all the Infinity Stones and becomes like Infinity Man to beat Ultron and Sigma.
And then Thanos. Yeah.
While every other character on the cast does their idle poses.
Yeah. Dante is moving in the animation, but he's still T-posing.
Yeah.
But what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I misheard you for a second, and it gave me an idea. Now they won't do this because why the fuck would they? But imagine Marvel 4. All right, new Marvel character, Paul.
All right, you take that back.
Why?
It should not have been put out into the world to begin with.
Don't Marvel exec might hear it.
Yeah. Every character's match start animation Marvel 4 should be some variation of them killing Paul.
he's the Marvel Suhao.
Yeah, but it needs to go further. This needs to go even further beyond.
See, I was gonna say they license out Aaron Black specifically so they can have him kill Suhao at every round start animation.
The round start of Suhao's head falling between the two fighters. It's not even in the Mortal Kombat universe. Aaron Black is just killing Suhao in every universe.
Yeah. Oh, but what was I gonna say? Like, yeah, with the Capcom characters and stuff like that, like, it's been fucking years. Please, Capcom, if you make a new Marvel, put that Emasamune in. We need to see him against Wolverine. Like,
that's always the question, isn't it? Because, like, Sengoku Basara wound up getting some results in that poll, in the survey. And so did Dino Crisis. Dino Crisis and Sengoku Basara, I don't see either of them sitting still.
I mean, Dino Crisis,
Dino Crisis, I think it's honestly more likely that they just figure out some way to get the fan service for Dino Crisis in other games. Like, I could definitely see Marvel 4 coming out with the Dino Crisis girl on the roster, or at least as DLC, you know?
Yeah. I mean, the thing with that too, though, is that like Dino Crisis is more dormant than Sengoku Basara. Like Sengoku Basara, Sengoku Basara is getting close. In fact, it might have already been 10 years since the last game. I forget. But regardless, they are still putting out rice cookers. They are still putting on the plays. So technically, they're still interacting with the IP. Not in any way that's, not in any way that I care about. Let alone accessible to me. I have to
imagine it can't be for lack of Japanese audience, right?
Well, that's the thing. That they said that there wasn't an audience for Sengoku Basara, which is why we haven't gotten a game in 10 years. But at the same time, you're still getting money from the rice cookers and the fucking the whatchamacallit, the plays, and it's still 15th overall worldwide in the polls. So like there is an audience there.
Yeah, I think that is going to be a real thing. I think that if they made a Sengoku Basara game that would come out in the West as well, and specifically market it at this point in time, where Capcom has been on a fucking hot streak golden age since Resident Evil 7, I think that right now Capcom could announce that tomorrow they're releasing a new dog shit turd, and they're just going to ship it directly to your house. And people would go, oh, but Capcom's making it. It might be good. I mean, it looks like dog shit turds, but Capcom's making it, and they've been hitting lately.
Yeah.
So I think now, if there's any time to try Sengoku Basara in the West, it's now. And to be honest, I do think that a big question of why there's not been a Sengoku Basara is simply because I think Capcom is probably trying to mull over how do we make this game work on both sides of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, which there's also, like, I think that there's also some executive like indecision regarding that, just because, you know, if with how business works, executives don't really look at what actually happened. They just look at the money stuff, and then they go, well, we don't need to try Sengoku Basara in the West because we tried with Sengoku Basara 1, and sure, we might have removed like 90% of the game due to localization and barely marketed it, but you know, that didn't do a whole lot for numbers. And then, you know, after that, like 10 or 15 years after that, we tried with Sengoku Basara 3, but then we didn't market the game at all. And that failed for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting question, because I think that on some level, executive's gonna executive. They're gonna do what they do. At the same time, I think that Capcom has shown in the since RE7 that at least the executives right now either A, know more, or B, are more willing to listen to people lower on the totem pole.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a big part of the question, I think, there. Sengoku Basara, what happened to them for quite a while was that they had that guy in charge who was convinced that Japan was the past and dead, and that the future was to westernized, which of course turned out to be dead wrong on several regards.
Although, like, weirdly enough, during that guy's reign, we still got games. The Sengoku games. Like that's after that guy left. I don't actually know. When did he get fired, or when did he quit?
It's Keiji Inafune, and my memory is that it more or less tracks with the Dead Rising series. His run does.
Oh.
Guys, it was pretty noticeable that it's like he quit, and then 2 years later, hey, Resident Evil 7's really good.
Then when did Resident Evil 7 come out?
2017?
Okay, that tracks. Then yeah. That guy kept Sengoku Basara running, I guess. For some reason then, because 2015 or 2016 is the last time we got a game.
Yeah, but he would have also probably been the one making the call to keep it in Japan, right?
True. Yeah, probably.
Because he probably would have looked at it and went, Westerners will never accept this.
The Westerners will not like fucking. I don't even know what I can point out that would be a big seller in Western audiences. Like, for one, I think Takeda Shingen riding two horses, and riding on the two horses by having one foot on each of the horses, standing up on them and resting on his X. Like,
well, if they start the fucking trailer with something insane that gets people's eye, and it's not anime weirdness of something just exploding or characters giving an odd monologue. If it starts with something insane like a guy riding two horses at once, then I think that would draw a lot of eyes.
Yeah.
I think the issue Sengoku Basara could run into is, A, if they take themselves too seriously, that's going to lose people's interest, and it just becomes another bunch of weeb shit that gets advertised in the middle of E3 while you're looking away from the TV. Or the other potential problem I could see them running into is them perhaps... I forget what I was going to say. But anyways, I think that probably a lot of it is they probably just think like the only Musou game that gets to do business in the West is Dynasty Warriors. Which, Dynasty Warriors 9, rather famously, was not very good. And Dynasty Warriors 10 is now deciding to go in an entirely different direction with photorealistic graphics and trying to tone things down. So one would think that if there's any time to go with Sengoku Basara and say, okay, hey, we're the ones who are going in the complete opposite direction, we're crazier than Dynasty Warriors ever was, then now would be an interesting time for it. But nonetheless, that's speculation.
Yeah, and the only thing that the only thing there that would probably stop them is Sengoku Basara never tried to go for the big crowds as big as Dynasty Warriors, because they tried to go for crowds that do weird shit instead to set them apart. And, you know, that is something that I saw leveled against Sengoku Basara, that, like, you know, they never tried to put 1 million people on screen at once. Like, never mind that like the 100 guys that are on screen are making a human pyramid. That doesn't matter, I guess. But yeah. Anyway,
what's been new in Capcom since Infinite? Because Infinite, the newcomers they went with were all older characters.
Well, for new stuff since Infinite, they have oh fucking hell, the T-Rexes are falling from the sky game. Exoprimal, there we go.
Yeah, but I don't know. Capcom seems already pretty willing to go like, that game kind of released and we don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, our attempt at making Earth Defense Force was a bit questionable.
So yeah, they have that as a new thing. And they also have that as a new thing.
I think it would be inevitable that if there was a Marvel vs. Capcom 4, I think one of the inevitable newcomer picks would definitely be Nero.
Yeah.
I also think that if there's a Marvel vs. Capcom 4, Virgil would probably have a super where V pops out of his back and causes screen pollution.
Probably. Like if he's
you can just straight up do that in 5 with Virgil.
Oh, then never mind.
Yes. In Devil May Cry 5, Virgil has a super where he impales himself on Yamato. It causes V to pop out of his back, and all 3 of his minions appear on screen and just start wrecking shit.
But yeah, because I was gonna say like that's a way that they could fit him into Marvel if they don't want to make him a separate character. But there's also like there's a subset of people who would complain that V is not a separate character.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, especially because V could hypothetically present one of the most fascinating fighting game character designs of all time.
Marvel puppet.
There's a puppet character, and he's got 3 puppets. Deal with this shit, asshole. Especially if they include the Devil May Cry system where, like, the puppets only deal gray health damage that regenerates, and V has to stab them with his staff to cash out.
Oh, right? Yeah, that would be interesting.
Other than that, let's see. For Resident Evil, there's always the question of, well, Resident Evil shoots for a more photorealistic style. At the same time, whenever Marvel vs. Capcom in relation to Resident Evil gets brought up, I don't think there's anyone who's like really wants Chris to stick around as Resident Evil representative other than Capcom themselves.
Put in Anime Jill, like specifically Anime Jill from Marvel 2.
Jill, I'd love to see Jill come back. The issue there is, okay, Marvel 2 Jill or Marvel 3 Jill?
Marvel 2.
Because one of those is much lamer than the other.
Yeah.
But if you do Marvel 2 Jill, the issue is her gimmick was calling zombies on screen.
Yeah, which is Frank West.
Now that's Frank's gimmick. Okay, Jill versus Frank. If they both call zombies at the same time, the zombies kiss.
Yeah. If they both call zombies at the same time, they kiss. And it triggers a cutscene. It triggers the fucking Metro Melee taunt battle where you have to input the motions that the game shows.
Well, like what, a God of War sex scene?
No, I'm imagining like in the foreground you have Jill and Frank kiss, and in the background you have the zombies fight, and you're controlling the zombies with the motions, and you just decide you decide which zombie wins by who wins the motion battle.
Oh.
And then of course in that kissing, Jill and Frank can get in front of the prompts randomly.
Just Nintendogging this shit.
Yeah.
Oh boy! All right, yeah, that's
which like this hypothetical Jill and Frank matchup would be banned in tournaments. This one matchup.
Yeah. If you pick Frank, the other player is not allowed to pick Jill, and vice versa.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I mean, the wacky pick for Resident Evil, right, is, of course, Jack Baker.
Oh, yeah. Although I feel like... Yeah.
And, like, I'm imagining almost like the advertising title card comes up, and it doesn't say Jack Baker. It says, some hillbilly asshole with a hammer.
Yeah, I feel like they wouldn't go with Jack, they would go with Lady Dimitrescu.
Dimitrescu, yeah, you're absolutely right. And Dimitrescu, don't let Mike hear this, because Mike would go berserk, but Dimitrescu would definitely have the more interesting moveset. Dimitrescu would not have Jack's super, where I'm sure if Jack had a Marvel super, he would be bringing that fucking car in and doing donuts.
Jack's Marvel super would be falling from the ceiling.
Actually, yes. Jack could have 3 supers. One where he pulls in the car and starts doing donuts. Another one where he busts out the fucking weirdo chainsaw shear scissors. And a third super where he pulls out a gun and shoots himself, then turns into goo.
Yeah.
Dimitrescu, I don't know, she probably has that super where she turns into a dragon, I guess.
Yeah, that's her level 3. Or maybe that's like a Dark Phoenix thing. If she dies with full meter, then...
I would see that being a level 3, because Nemesis is level 3, of course, the one where he grabs you and then he turns into a goo monster.
Ah, yeah.
Which, that would be really weird to have it be Dimitrescu there, and it's like, yeah, she's more or less just Nemesis, but different in some senses.
Yeah.
Which is also accurate to gameplay in the Resident Evil series itself. Except none of the Resident Evils ever had Nemesis playable, whereas RE8 does have that odd extra mode where you can play as Dimitrescu. You know, it's going to feel really sad for Nemesis mains. I mean, I feel bad for Nemesis mains to begin with, right? Because
they play Nemesis. Fuck them. Yeah.
Well, that's the thing, right? Marvel 3, it's like, absolutely get bent, Nemesis players. Your character sucks fucking ass. And then you jump to Infinite, and it's like, oh, man, Nemesis is so fucking good in Infinite. He is very excellent. And then in 4, he's not coming back.
Yeah.
He ain't coming back. The only thing that would give Nemesis players hope for him coming back in Infinite is the fact that he's in Dead by Daylight.
Yeah.
Maybe in Marvel vs. Capcom 5, I could see Nemesis coming back, but probably not 4.
Nemesis comes back, but he's not in an outfit for Dimitrescu.
He's still got big tits.
Yeah. They go as far as to change the nameplate so it says Lady Nemesis. But that's it. That's all you get.
Lady. Nemesis made a wife for himself.
Yeah.
My God, if there is ever... That's a sex scene people don't need to see.
Yeah.
Can you just hear from the distance the two of them just going back and forth to each other? Star, 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 stars.
That's them having an argument.
Boy, I bet you Nemesis was one of the harder ones to write win quotes 4 and 3, huh?
Yeah. Definitely.
Oh
shit.
Boy.
But yeah, I don't even know what Capcom games got big recently, because like, you know, you have Resident Evil, alright. You have Monster Hunter, okay.
Mega Man 11, it's like Dr. Wily could be a cool character for Marvel vs. Capcom. He could be fun. Other than that, for Mega Man 11, though, like, they're never going to just add a singular robot master with 2 moves.
Yeah. They had Gotsman. He knows Kung Fu. It's Deep Lore from the 80s cartoon.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that they've had to take a character from Marvel vs. Capcom and massively expand what they can do. But nonetheless, yeah.
I mean, the real killer one would be the one that they can't do is imagine if Capcom announces for the Capcom site Jotaro Kujo.
Oh yeah, absolutely not.
Like it's not happening. But imagine imagine if they announce that shit at Evo, the building would burn down.
Oh yes, unambiguously. They wouldn't announce it at Evo, though, if they would announce it at all, because Jotaro is one of the biggest anime characters of all time. They would announce that shit at Tokyo Game Show.
Oh, yeah, true.
Jotaro, like, isn't JoJo now effectively in the Naruto pits? What's their names?
I don't know.
The guys that make the nuns.
Oh, CyberConnect. No.
I thought CyberConnect made All-Star Battle.
They did, but CyberConnect also made the old All-Star Battle. And like CyberConnect made Eyes of Heaven, but like really JoJo doesn't get many games at all.
Yeah, I guess that's just true, which is astounding because JoJo's at its most popular now, at least in the West. And, I shit on CyberConnect there, but All-Star Battle is quite good. I like it.
Yeah, CyberConnect made good games. They even tried to improve the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm gameplay design.
I mean, as pure fan service goes, there's not many games that have more pure fan service than Nuns.
Not only that, but they genuinely tried to make the gameplay deeper by the fourth the Ultimate Ninja Storm game. It was just also the last one. I know there's a new one out, but fuck it. I haven't played it and I don't plan to.
Boruto.
Well, it's Naruto to Boruto something or other. Fucking, I don't know. All I know about that game is that it took the voice acting from Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 and put it through AI to redo the same voice lines.
Oh.
So we just get the same voice lines but sounding worse.
That's bizarre.
And there's like apparently no new voice acting, like by AI or otherwise.
But Boruto's in there. Did they not introduce any new characters? I would assume that Boruto has at least introduced a few new fucking dudes.
I don't know, but that's basically like the only thing that I heard was that they used AI for the character voices, but also just took because like a sizable chunk of the Boruto cast, depending on how much Boruto they put into the game, a good chunk of the Boruto cast comes from the movie, and they already did the movie characters for Ultimate Ninja Storm 4.
Oh, that's right. I forgot that Boruto and his Boruto, whatever, dipshit buddies. I forgot. Bart. Oh my god, I never thought about that. He's just bored.
He is bored. And Naruto is not, yes.
Oh my god. Well, yeah, either which way, I forgot that yes, Bort and friends are like unlockable side characters or whatever in that game.
Oh, they were DLC. But yeah.
Oh, well, that makes even more sense.
But yeah, so like from what I understand, like all of the characters that were in Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, they took the voice lines from the Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, put it through AI to remake the voice lines they just took from Ultimate Ninja Storm 4. They still have to pay the voice actors and shit, so this makes no sense.
Yeah. And didn't Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 come out in like 2016?
I think so. I don't know.
Like, the AI was not advanced at that time to do jack all of fucking shit. I was not hearing about the AI voice, the very first AI voice memes until 2020.
No, in Ultimate Ninja Storm 4, they had the voice actors do the voice work normally. And then for the new one that they released this year, I think, in that one, they took the voice lines from 2016, put them into the AI, and then had the AI recreate those same voice lines that it took.
That's still doesn't make any sense, but okay, at least that fits up temporally.
Yeah, like I heard that, and I went like, once again, if I disagree with them doing it at all, but if they did if they had the AI do like other lines, then at least commercially it would make sense. Well, no, business wise, it would make sense as something that a businessman would demand that they do, Yeah. But them doing them taking the lines that they had in the game already, done by people, and just making the AI do the same thing using the audio, like just recreating the same audio that they put into it with the AI, it doesn't even make sense that way. Anyway,
yeah, that is just bizarre.
Anyway, yeah. So gameplay-wise, I didn't hear anything about that game. So like, I don't know if they expanded on the gameplay stuff with
I heard it was bad.
All right. Because like Ultimate Ninja Storm 4 tried doing something with it where like, you know, you had your basic strings, but then you could cancel the strings into other strings with other characters and shit. And they could have gone in that direction where like one character doesn't have a lot of like, one character is shallow, but you don't play the character, you play the team.
Yeah.
Like basically do the fucking Blaze Blue cross tag game design, but you're not dumbing down characters that already exist, so it's a bit better.
Yeah.
That could have worked for them, but I don't know if they actually tried following up on that. And then like a long time ago, CyberConnect made fighting games that were decent to good. So you know.
Yeah. All right. Well, I suppose that's. Are there any other remaining news topics?
I don't believe so. I'll check again just to make sure, but I don't think so.
Oh, I guess there's. Sparking Zero revealed a few more characters.
Oh yeah.
Which the big ones were that they showed that we're apparently getting the whole of the trio of the magical girl chicks. Excuse me. And Yajirobe, which I called that one.
Yeah.
And I'm glad to. I love Yajirobe. He's such a dipshit. And Yajirobe, seeing Yajirobe, like, there's a little bit of a worry, like, okay, how much of the roster is just going to be new guys from Super, and they're going to leave the remaining losers of Classic Dragon Ball for DLC. Seeing Yajirobe gives me some hope for the losers, you know?
Yeah, like Launch.
Yeah. No. Launch is in Breaker's territory, you know that. Her and Bulma and, like, I don't know, the fucking pig dude, they're all... Spopovich, that's right. But they're all in the territory of can't really do shit, so, into the Breakers with them. Which is still going, by the way. Oh, man, Demon King Dabura. He's the fucking coolest, except he's kind of just a loser, but I love him anyway, so he's got a cool design. Do you know what the fuck that Analotsa thing is?
No. That was the only thing I didn't understand.
He looks like just a big version of second form Janemba. And, like, he even has Janemba's portal punches. And, of course, Goku Black, which, had they not already confirmed Goku Black?
I don't know. This is the thing with Dragon Ball. They will confirm all the Gokus, and we will not know which Goku they confirmed already.
Yeah, like, I'm also, like, they also very proudly show Ultra Instinct Goku, and it's like, I thought they already showed Ultra Instinct Goku.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to them revealing the pre-order character, Jesus.
Which form?
Both. All three. Like he gets the transformations. So at first it's just normal Jesus of Nazareth, but then if you power up, then Jesus gets a glow and his nameplate changes to Jesus Resurrected, and then fucking if you charge it up again, Jesus like gets a slightly redder aura, and then it says Jesus Second Coming. And that's his final form.
Imagine you open up character select. Jesus, parenthesis, early. Jesus, parenthesis, mid. Jesus, parenthesis, late. Jesus, early? Jesus is just the baby Jesus in the manger.
Yeah. Early Jesus is a puppet character. You control... the
three wise men?
Yeah.
Late Jesus is him him right before he fucking, as he's knocking over the shit in Solomon's temple. He's just throwing merchant stalls at you.
Yeah.
Until you kill him, which activates second coming for him.
Yeah. He also, when you drain Jesus' health bar, he starts floating. There's a lot of like air particles in the thing. He starts floating, and then he just yells resurrection.
Yeah. I have come for the people.
Yes. Jesus says like, you know, normal wink words that you'd expect for Jesus, and then one of them is just my power scores thy DNA for some reason.
Is he a Rekka character like in Fight of Gods?
No, he's a beam character.
I think he has that too in Fight of Gods. I need to get back to Fight of Gods someday because I haven't played it in like fucking years and years, and I was just doing it for a laugh. And this time I actually need to pay attention because my memory is that Jesus was kind of a boring Shoto with Rekkas, whereas my memory is Moses was actually really hype. And he fucking beats you to death with the Ten Commandment tablets, by the way.
Of course. But I mean, like, Mr. Satan is on the roster already, so like you know they have to announce Jesus sometime.
If the game had a custom character maker, you know.
I still can believe that guy's name is Mark.
Whose name is Mark?
Satan. His full name is Mark Satan.
Oh! I'm not gonna lie, in my head, I was doing like a Street Fighter situation of, you know, Charlie Nash. In my head, his first name was Hercule, so he's Hercule Satan.
I was going to call him Hercule Satan too, and then I remember that he actually has a canon name that is Mark.
And he's like super wrestler inspired in large stretches, so you're fucking Marks.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So, yeah, Spark and Zero continues to look like, okay, you know what? One of the first stories you're going to see people make in the creative story is, of course, going to be 10, but 10 wins this time. You know that another one of the stories people are going to make is Videl versus Spopovich, but Videl whoops Spopovich's ass this time.
Ah, yeah.
Because that's the one that... That's one of the most offensive ones that I think Toriyama wrote.
Yeah.
Just explicitly, yeah, no, it's just Goku, Vegeta, and maybe Gohan if I'm feeling like it that gets a matter.
Yeah.
I'm going to have Videl get dunked super hardcore by the biggest jobber I could make.
Calling this guy a curtain jerker is an insult to curtains and jerking.
Yeah. Okay, I think I may have mentioned this before. Could you imagine if Videl gets a Super Saiyan form, but only pregnant Videl?
Ah, yeah.
I fucking love that that's for some reason how the logic works. Like, hypothetically, I mean, if we're going by the assumption that GT is still on some level simultaneously canon and not canon, then the assumption is that Gohan and Videl never have another kid. They have Pan and they don't have any other kids.
Yeah.
But, like, I mean, obviously no one wants to endanger a pregnant woman. However, every time Gohan gets Videl pregnant, is he not making another Super Saiyan that can defend Earth for a little bit?
Yeah.
So come to think of it, how come no one ever taught Videl the Kamehameha? Every other human, well, I guess Chi-Chi doesn't know it either, though Chi-Chi probably doesn't need the Kamehameha. But like,
Chi-Chi doesn't care.
I mean, that's
Chi-Chi knows more dangerous techniques.
I mean, Chi-Chi is supposed to be an even match for a young adult Goku at the end of Dragon Ball. At a point where, like, even Roshi is kind of not a threat to Goku anymore. And then Dragon Ball Super explicitly explains, oh yeah, if Roshi starts giving a shit again, he is absolutely like at fucking Super Saiyan 3, if not stronger power levels. Which I don't think it's ever occurred to Toriyama. It ever occurred to Toriyama, and it hasn't yet occurred to his guy who's replaced him. Okay, but this raises the question of, what if Chi-Chi decides, oh well, Goten's old enough to take care of himself, I'm going to learn martial arts again. Is Chi-Chi going to be able to fucking keep up with goddamn Goku and Beast Gohan and whatever nonsense now?
Yeah.
If she just picks her training back up?
Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Red Chi-Chi.
Well, that's the thing. She can't be Super Saiyan, but Roshi was able to achieve shit without Super Saiyan.
True.
Now, I forget, what was the name for Roshi's form when he gets stupid muscular?
I don't remember.
Because he can only do it for a little bit, but in Super, during the Tournament of Power, he doesn't use that form very much, right? He just uses the old classic Roshi tricky techniques, right?
Yeah, I think so. Well, it kind of depends. Because if memory serves, he tries to he mostly just stays on the sidelines, and then when he actually has to fight, he goes into the muscle mode.
Okay, can Chi-Chi do the muscle mode?
Good question.
And does it work the same for her as well, where like her lower body doesn't really get big, but her upper body turns into the Hulk?
Yeah. I mean, nothing in the stuff that we know says that she doesn't use the muscle mode on Goku whenever she's angry.
Maybe that's what Goku's into. You couldn't see it, but every time Goku's fought Broly so far, he's been hiding a half jump.
Yeah. Nah, he's been full hard.
Why did Roshi never teach Krillin that technique?
Fuck Krillin. He sucks.
Yeah.
Like on one hand, I make the joke of fuck Krillin, he sucks. But on the other hand, I don't know how much they changed the script for Kakarot, but like, remember how by playing it, I posted like, Goku is like, here's a spirit bomb, Krillin. Now, I used all of my fucking life energy for this, so please don't fuck it up. And then Krillin fucks it up like half a second later.
Yeah.
So maybe that's why.
Well, doesn't Krillin in Super, when it comes to the Tournament of Power arc, Krillin reveals, oh yeah, I've actually been keeping up with my training. I'm actually not so bad. Then he gets into the Tournament of Power and he eliminates one person, then gets eliminated immediately after.
Something like that.
Like, I'm pretty sure Krillin's the first to get eliminated. Maybe Tien gets eliminated first because Toriyama hates him.
I think Tien goes first.
Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think Tien even eliminated anyone.
No, why would he? He sucks. Fuck Tien. Yeah.
And with Tien, it's always the shit like, okay, Tien, why do you never activate like that shit where you give yourself 6 arms again? Hey, Tien, remember how you used to be able to make clones of yourself? Tien's just like, no, and then he dies for no reason.
He just blows
like
up.
A casual conversation.
He blows, Tien blows up. The camera pans out to reveal Frieza just slightly off frame.
And Frieza's like, I didn't do that.
Yeah. But I will take credit if you want.
Yamcha is in the Yamcha corpse pose. The explosion wasn't even anywhere near him.
Yeah.
Yamcha's in the Yamcha corpse pose, but Tien's in the Family Guy corpse pose.
Yeah. Chatsu is also there. He's not dead yet.
Chatsu's like, for once, I didn't explode. It's funny, that's usually what I do. Okay, wait, okay. Imagine for a second the Dragon Ball creator story lets you replace animations. Imagine taking any of the Ultra Instinct animations and putting them on Shiatsu.
See, I was imagining, imagining Goodbye TM, but with Yamcha instead of Chiaotzu.
Finally, Yamcha does something useful. Oh, no, wait, no, Nappa no sold that too. Oh, wait. Again, another one of those things of like, there's no way the game could properly animate this. Imagine if you reversed it and Nappa latches onto Shiatsu. Goodbye, Vegeta.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Vegeta. Bang. And Vegeta's like, good fucking riddance. Hated that guy.
Yeah.
Shiatsu no sells Nappa suicide bomb.
Yeah.
The dust clears. Shiatsu is now shirtless and he like wipes some dust off his shoulder. Just reaction cut to Vegeta shitting himself.
Yeah.
This is the new agenda, the Shiatsu agenda.
When are they announcing the fucking guy that oh fucking hell, I'm forgetting his name. That Yajirobe lives with the cat dude that Goku fights in normal Dragon Ball.
Oh, shit! He's named something similar to Kami.
Grandmaster something or other.
Yeah, he taught Goku one of the big techniques. I forget which one though.
He's also like the only guy who has senzu beans. Like he grows them. But yeah, like when are they announcing?
And then Goku wastes them on bad people.
Mainly Krillin.
Well, I'm imagining at some point Goku's fighting some goddamn abomination from beyond the stars. It's like, I'm hurt. And Goku's like, here's a senzu bean. Behind him, Yamcha's like, Goku, I've been disemboweled. Please, a senzu bean. Goku turns around and just snaps Yamcha's neck and turns back his attention towards the villain.
Goku never stops smiling during this, by the way.
Yeah. He says very whimsically, goodbye, Yamcha.
Yeah. And then he blows up.
King Kai from fucking space. Goku, what the fuck?
I'm sorry, King Kai.
Look, I can deal with you being an asshole, but don't send Yamcha to me.
One time was too much already.
Can you please teach me KO, King Kai? No, get fucked.
No, it will just get you back here faster.
Yeah. Fucking Yamcha would kill himself with a KO King. I am imagining a scenario. Frieza comes down to Earth to fight, and it's just Yamcha there, like, hey, Frieza, I'm ready for you. KO King times 10. And he just falls over into the fucking dead Yamcha pose.
Yeah. And then Frieza just goes, who was that?
Yeah. Well, okay, there is one canonical, well, not semi-canonical interaction between Yamcha and Frieza that I know of, which is in Dragon Ball Fighter Z, which is granted a clone version of Frieza, but close enough, who runs into Yamcha, and Yamcha's like, hey, this Frieza guy doesn't seem all right. It doesn't seem that bad. And Frieza's like, hey, this Yamcha guy, he's actually good-looking and polite. Hey, I wish the rest of the humans were like this. So I guess Frieza and Yamcha are just kind of cool with each other. Goku fucking remembers for once he's friends with Yamcha, goes to his house, opens the door, Yamcha and Frieza are having dinner in there.
Yeah. This just reminded me of an episode of Super where the entire cast tries to stop Hit from killing Goku. This was like either during or after the Tournament of Power. I forget. Like it was during release wise, but I don't know where it was in the actual like chronology of how shit is happening because it was a filler. But
yeah, it gets screwy. I want to say the Hit arc was before Tournament of Power. It's supposed to be when they run into Hit in the Tournament of Power. They're like, hey, it's Hit.
Yeah, maybe. But
yeah, Hit
so
gets dunked somewhere in the middle stages of the Tournament of Power, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And not by Goku. I think like Jiren or somebody dumps him. Or maybe Ribrianne, because Ribrianne, what I remember reading the summaries of the Tournament of Power is that Ribrianne got a lot of fucking KOs.
Ribrianne got a big push. Jiren got the biggest push. Yes. I fucking hate Jiren. I hate his like. It's not just that I hate the character. I hate his writing. Like,
yeah, Jiren felt like we're setting this guy up for some real shit in the future, and like it's been 2 or 3 super arcs since, hasn't it? And Jiren's still not there.
Yeah, like Jiren to me during Super, when I was watching Super during the Tournament of Power, Jiren just felt like he instead of Kaioken times 10, he has Jesus times 10, and then he just becomes 10 times better than Jesus, and that's it. That's his character. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, we still don't know if Goku alone can beat Jiren, right?
I don't know. I genuinely like
it took a team of 3, didn't it, to beat Jiren? It took Goku, Frieza, and 17 all working together.
I don't remember, but then like around the time that Jiren was like around the time that the Tournament of Power became Jiren versus Goku for like a month or maybe 3, I forget. Like around the time is when I went, all right, you know what? No, fuck Dragon Ball, fuck Super. I don't give a fuck. Shit's back. That's how much I hate Jiren. Unironically. Because like, you know, the other guys like Cell and Frieza and all that were written like they had a similar thing of one-upping everyone's power, but they were interesting characters too. Jiren's not.
Yeah, Jiren, I think, ran into the issue of Toriyama wanting which, I mean, this could have actually been the call of that apprentice dude. But either way, whoever was in charge of writing it, wanting to have the first instance of Dragon Ball's villain, the villain of an arc, not actually being that bad of a guy, wanting to have a good guy for the villain of an arc. But they didn't really know how to make an interesting, heroic antagonist, so they just kind of made, I don't know, Jiren. He's real strong. He's a superhero in his world, but like we have to fight him because if he wins, then our Earth gets blown up. So, you know.
Yeah. But then, like, they not only just doubled down on that shit. They like tripled down. It wasn't even just like, oh, Jiren is a superhero and all that. Like, Jiren is fighting for all of the orphans in the universe. If Jiren doesn't win, then all of the orphans in the universe die. And like, not just Jiren's universe, but all of the universe's orphans combined die if Jiren doesn't win.
Yeah.
And like, there's a point.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
And of course, the whole thing only works out because 17's the one who accidentally gets considered winner. And if literally anyone else had won, it would have been absolute annihilations of all the universes.
Yeah.
It's funny to imagine an alternate timeline where Frieza is the one who ends up taking out Jiren, getting the last hit, I guess. And they're like, what do you want, Frieza? And Frieza goes, world domination. And the two gods just go, wrong. And they point a finger at Frieza and he explodes.
Yeah. Frieza wouldn't have become black.
Oh man, are we gonna get the weirdo fucking scam artist Frieza from that universe in Sparking Zero?
Scam artist Frieza.
Well, there's the same universe that Kefla and Kale are from. Caulifla and Kale are from. That universe's version of Frieza, rather than being intergalactic tyrant, intergalactic emperor, is intergalactic hero who has saved the world. Except that he actually hasn't. He's actually just a huge scam artist asshole.
Uh-huh. I don't remember this guy, but we might get him. We've gotten weirder characters in the past, so like, you know, they are going through the guys that you'd expect more or less, but at the same time, like, that will change. I mean, we already had the fucking the wolf guy from Super. I will go back to him because I legitimately do not remember this character existing. Like,
yeah,
you cannot pull. You cannot pull more of a fucking more of a deep cut. Then I literally don't remember this character existing.
Yeah, that's like, I mean, you know, because Budokai Tenkaichi 3 had some picks, like Devilman is a big one, or fucking King Cold. I'm like, okay, yes, lore-wise, I get the significance because he's Frieza and Cooler's dad. However, in the anime, King Cold never throws a single punch. It is more or less, he tries to steal Trunks' sword, and then Trunks gets the sword back and just kills him.
Nice.
Which is funny because then in Budokai Tenkaichi, they have him just always have Trunks' sword.
Why not?
Which, yeah, it makes no sense, but at least I'll give it to them that was like their way of like, okay, we'll have King Cold be here, and he's not just Frieza, but larger.
Yeah.
Fucking King Cold. I mean, like, well, the moment we saw the Wolfman, that was the general indication of like, okay, we're getting everyone from Super, and furthermore, we're not just getting all the big hitters from Super. We're evidently getting the jabronis too, which is a problem because the Tournament of Power has 8,000 jabronis.
Yeah. I hope we can get the space policeman, space police postman.
Is he able to fight, or is he in like Breaker's territory?
Well, he has a gun. Well,
That's true, yeah.
Which doesn't mean that he can fight, but does mean that but it is a space gun. And if memory serves,
that puts him in Hercule territory at the very least.
Yeah, and if memory serves, he does. In the same episode with Pacifier Vegeta, he also fights the slime monster for a bit. Like, he doesn't do hand to hand, but he does shoot it. So
yeah,
you know, he could have gun based offense, at least.
Yeah, I could see that, especially like with Hercule's weirdness of having the jetpack and the grenades and Budokai Tenkaichi.
Oh, he doesn't have the jetpack anymore.
Yeah, I did see that he's just he doesn't have the jetpack anymore, and who knows if he's still got the grenades.
The thing is, the way I learned this, and the reason I'm bringing this up is because I saw people talking about how he doesn't have the jetpack, which was a surprise to me because I thought I remembered seeing him wearing the jetpack. And then someone asked, "So how does he fly now?" And the reply was just, "He doesn't. He can't anymore."
Oh, that'd be really great. I would love that he just honestly can't play the fucking game. He's so fucking bad. Because, like, Hercule stunk the first go around, and that was the delight of Hercule, that he stunk so fucking bad.
Yeah.
That, oh my god, that's great. And like, okay, I was thinking though, okay, well, so the thing is, like, Videl knows how to fly. Hang on, let me look at the trailer again, because Hercule is in it, and we see a super for a little bit. Yeah, it's Hercule against Popovich, I think. Or no, it's him against Tabura. No, Hercule's flying.
Okay. Wait, without the jetpack.
Without the jetpack. He has no jetpack on his back.
Weird.
So I guess it's honestly just going to be Videl finally fucking taught her dad how to fly.
Yeah. No, not even Videl. Boo.
You know, I could absolutely see it being Boo. You know what I could see it being?
What?
They run a little side story thing. There is a Mother's Day where Videl just asks, "Hey, Gohan, Mother's Day present? Go teach my dad how to fucking fly."
Yeah.
And Gohan doesn't teach him anything else. It can't be Videl teaching him, because Videl would probably actually teach Hercule how to not suck, right? And then he wouldn't be Hercule. He wouldn't be Mr. Satan.
Yeah.
But Gohan just doing it as a favor to Videl, or Boo doing it, either of them would not... Like, Boo wouldn't think to teach
See, no,
Mr. Satan how to not be shit.
I think
and Gohan
it's
would
the,
just be too busy.
I think it's the opposite. Like I think if Boo teaches Mr. Satan how to fly, I feel like it would be a thing of he teaches him how to fly and he goes, okay, then you can do the things I do, and then the next thing he tries to teach him is turning people into chocolate.
I mean, well, Oob can do that.
But Oob is Boo.
Yeah, but Oob is human? Question mark.
No, he's a human. Like I feel like I think Oob is a human passing Majin.
But he's not made out of bubble gum.
You just can't see it.
The bubble gum is on the inside.
Yes.
Yeah, I guess other than that, the only person who used the food beam was 21, which of course 21 just, I don't know, made some syringe full of Cell and Boo juice and shot herself up with it, so.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you bet 21 is the pre-order bonus?
I don't think so.
They haven't
I think
revealed who the pre-order bonus is going to be, but they
I don't think
have
so,
said there's going to be a pre-order bonus.
I don't think that she is, because I think they already revealed her.
Did they?
I feel like I remember reading that she was already confirmed.
I'm going to look up the Sparking Zero roster. I don't remember her already being in there. Things are screwy, though, because then they let a few YouTubers play, like, the closed alpha version of the game, and that had Mr. Satan in it, even though Mr. Satan hadn't been revealed yet.
Ah.
All right, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero roster. Okay, let's see. Okay, thankfully the website has a roster. Oh, Jesus, this is a lot of characters.
Yep. And it's really more.
Oh, Jesus, God. Okay. You're going to have to give me a minute to look over this.
I guess while you do that, the one character, and I keep bringing him up, but it's true. The one character that I really look forward to them including, because I don't think he's ever been playable in a Dragon Ball game, is Giru, which I will send you an image of Giru. It's in the voice text. But Giru's this like small robot from GT. It was their third companion, along with it was the third companion to
When it was Trunks.
Oh yeah, Trunks was there too, I forgot.
Isn't Trunks only there for the first arc, though?
I think Trunks is only there for like the first episode.
Yeah.
It's not even like future Trunks. It's lame-o, like I don't want to be future Trunks, so I like it's hipster future Trunks. I really hate his GT design.
Okay, I do want to note something weird here. So we've got Super's version of Future Trunks, where he's got the bandana, which is listed as Future Trunks Super Saiyan. Then right next to it is Trunks in the Saiyan armor as Super Saiyan from fucking the Cell arc, except that he's called Trunks parenthesis Melee.
Oh yeah, that's what Trunks looked like in Super Smash Bros. Melee.
I also want to know that late period Vegeta is running around in the workout gear instead of the Saiyan armor, which, don't get me wrong, the Saiyan armor is a classic, but that's my personal favorite Vegeta design is when he's dropped the Saiyan armor and he's just wearing the workout gear.
Oh, I just straight up don't like the Saiyan armor. I think it looks bad.
It depends on the character, because I really dig Nappa's design.
I guess, yeah, it works for Nappa and like maybe Raditz, but it feels like if each character that got the Saiyan armor, it worked less.
Yeah.
Because, like, Nappa, it works. Raditz, it works, I guess. Vegeta, I can give or take. He had better designs later on. Is the little thing with Vegeta. Gohan?
Gohan was a really weird one. No, the weirdest Saiyan armor wearer was Krillin.
Yeah.
That one was the weirdest.
You mean
not
Baby
even
Nappa?
Saiyan.
You mean Baby Nappa?
Yeah. You know, I'm sure that the abridged version of Nappa actually thinks that.
Yeah.
Okay, it looks like they're at least partially going in reveal order on this roster screen, which is interesting because I forgot that they confirmed Birder and Jace before they confirmed anyone else out of the Ginyu Force, including Ginyu.
Fuck Ginyu.
Yeah, I mean, admittedly, no one's favorite member of the Ginyu Force is Ginyu, right?
It depends on the game. Like, Ginyu is my favorite member of the Ginyu Force in Fighter Z.
Yeah, I don't know though. Calling in that Birder or Jace assist where they just deny the airspace is pretty good.
Sure, but at the same time, Girder and Jace never would have allowed me to inflict as much mental damage to Pink as I have.
True.
Which is both a positive and a negative at the same time.
Okay, this is weird. There's future Trunks. There's Trunks parenthesis melee. But there's also Trunks parenthesis sword.
I'm assuming that's their name for old future Trunks, like the future Trunks that we think of.
Yeah, Cell Saga future Trunks instead of Super future Trunks.
Yeah. Which I'm gonna look.
So interestingly enough, I guess it is Cell Saga future Trunks, but he's not got the jacket. He's just got the black wife beater on, and then the jeans, of course. Which I like that design, but still, it's odd to see future Trunks without the jacket. I always remember that's just the alternate you had to specifically put on in several games.
All right, so I looked up the new future Trunks because I don't know what he looks like. And with each design, future Trunks gets lamer.
Yeah, I'm not a super fan. I'm not a big fan of Super Trunks.
Cause like here's the GT one, the one that I called hipster future Trunks.
Oh yeah, GT Trunks is really kind of, the shorts are strange.
Yes, and then then you have fucking Super, which is just okay. But what if we made him even less baggy?
Oh man, how long has it been since we've had separately playable Goten? I mean, I knew he was here, but still, it caught me off guard.
What the fuck did I just find? You need to see this.
Okay. What's up? Oh, nope. Not looking at that anymore.
Yeah. There's also a recolored version where he's red.
Hang on just a moment. I need to note something.
Yeah.
Gogeta on the roster is listed as Gogeta parenthesis Super, which implies to me, are we going to get different versions of Gogeta between Super and either GT or movie Gogeta?
Probably. I mean, I'm assuming that that is so that the Super Gogeta can do Super Gogeta things, and then the other Gogeta can become Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta.
I would assume so. It's just going to be weird having two Gogetas again, which I guess Fighter Z had two Gogetas, so I guess that makes sense. And they will probably again be the strongest characters on the roster.
Yeah.
Oh man, they only have the fused version of Zamasu where he's, you know, him and Goku Black have had gay sex. But there's
Anyway, yeah.
They've also got the fucked up version of fused Zamasu where he's half purple goo.
Ah.
Okay, yeah, Android 19 is, Android 21 is not on the confirmed list. Neither is Android 19 for that matter, but.
All right then.
What the fuck is an Analotsa? I'm going to look it up.
When are they adding my favorite Dragon Ball character, King Fury?
Okay, wait. Dragon Ball Wiki. Okay, help me here. What the hell is Analotsa? He is the fusion of several team members from Team Universe 3.
Who the fuck is Team Universe 3 though?
In the anime, it's Koichirada and Pepperoni. I think, yeah, Team Universe 3 is the one that's just the mad scientist and all the robots he made.
Oh. Okay, then.
And it's him fusing with his robots somehow makes Analotsa.
Sure.
I mean, Dragon Ball, it's always been a thing for Toriyama that he never seems to understand the difference between organics and cybernetics. Because, you know, like, okay, so 16 is a robot with cogs and shit inside. But 18 isn't. She's had a baby.
Well, that's the thing.
And Cell isn't.
That's the thing, though. So, 18, they wished to make her human. And then Sharon said no. And then she still had a baby.
Well, Krillin removes the bomb from inside her using the wish. I remember that.
Yes, because he can't make her human. That's what he says instead. If you can't make her human, then remove the bomb at least.
But like, she used to be a human, so is she a cyborg, or is it just that they call her an android, but she's actually just some kind of mutant? Because like, there's not really any indication that any part of Android 18 is actually cybernetic or electronic at all.
This is all just a front, and the androids are really just Toriyama confiscated. He really wanted to fuck cars.
Well, we'll say, good lord. Okay, well, Cell's not cybernetic because we see 16 rip Cell's tail off, and it's all organic in there. And my memory is that when Cell explodes, he's also still really organic when he explodes. So I think it's just simply that Toriyama is like, I don't give a fuck. If Dr. Zero made it, it's an android.
Yeah.
Like, it never gets brought up, but Android 2 was a fucking peanut butter sandwich.
Yeah. It managed to kill Goku in one timeline somehow.
There was too many carbs. It gave him a heart disease.
It made his fucking super cancer instant.
Fucking instant super cancer. There we go. That's definitely been a super move for.
Yeah.
That's definitely been somebody's super move in some anime somewhere.
Yeah. If memory serves, there was a time, it wasn't the enemy, but there was a time when Joker was running around with a cancer ray or something like that. Wasn't there?
I can see that, yeah.
Anyway. Goku ate the sandwich and his heart just exploded.
Oh, shit.
like it wasn't even like a special sandwich or anything. It was just that Goku is allergic to peanuts. And then that's just how the Saiyan body reacts to allergic reactions.
You'd think that somebody would have exploited this weakness at some point.
Yeah.
I like the idea that Dr. Gero made a perfect Goku killing sandwich, and nonetheless afterwards was like, also to kill Goku, I'll turn myself into a robot.
And I turned my son into a robot. And I turned this random woman I kidnapped into a robot. And my
her wife.
Brother.
Except I won't turn my wife into a robot. I'll turn her into some kind of weird bubblegum monster that eats people.
Yeah.
And fucking Mr. Red is just in the background like, yeah, I wish I wasn't so short. And Mr. Black is there like, kill me.
But also, what was Android 1 then?
Oh, yeah, that's the earliest Android we know is Android 8, who was Frankenstein.
Oh yeah, Ader.
Yeah. And like from there, it's a jump from like 8 to... Oh boy, because there was the one movie that was Androids 15, 14, and 13, right? 13 the one that was the weird little gremlin, or was he the... 15 was the trucker, right? No, I've got it mixed up. 13 was the trucker. So, how do we go from Frankenstein to the trucker in 5 iterations?
15 was the gremlin.
Yeah, 15 was the gremlin, 14 was the one that nobody remembers, and 13 was the trucker.
14 was Bojack.
Yeah, but not Bojack yet.
Yeah,
14 was just a big guy. 14 was the same generic minion that every one of the Dragon Ball movie villains get.
Yeah.
Like somebody, he's also there as a minion for Cooler, and for Slug, and for Garlic. Oh man, will Sparking Zero have Garlic?
Probably.
Fucking Garlic, it's the best. Like in Garlic Jr. versus Slug, it's ultimate loser battle.
Yeah.
And Slug just turns into a giant because, like, he's one of the only Namekians who remembers he can do that. Until Piccolo remembers.
Oh, and I'm imagining, like, because of the story, the creator story, we get stuff like, fucking Nail kicks the shit out of Frieza.
Yeah. I mean, really, anytime that a villain fought someone other than Goku, you will see people, or Gohan in Cell's case.
Yeah.
Other than Goku or Gohan in Cell's case, you will see somebody retconning, what if the villain actually lost this fight?
You know who could have killed Cell that wasn't Gohan? Dende.
I mean, Dende does have incredible power, just not in that sense, I guess. The Cell in particular is one where there are like a dozen points in the Cell saga where if one of the Z fighters made a different choice, they would have been the one to kill Cell.
Yeah.
Like, there is a hypothetical alternate timeline where 16 kills Cell. Like, if Cell did not solar flare at that point, 16 totally would have killed him.
Yeah.
16 was already just fucking manhandling Cell like nobody's business. If it wasn't for Vegeta, fucking Trunks would have killed Cell. And not even in, like, basic bug Cell form either. Like, Trunks could have absolutely killed Cell when Cell was in his middle stage with a stupid "I'm a fire him a laser" face.
Yeah. You know, I'm just... Okay, you know who I really look forward to them announcing?
Who?
Mr. Popo.
There is no fucking way.
I want to live in a world where I can play through all of the Dragon Ball story, but instead of Goku, it's Mr. Popo.
Mr. Popo can't fit in breakers. He's too strong to fit in breakers.
Yeah.
Because at the very least, Frieza Saga Goku would consider... There was some point in Z where Goku was still, pretty powerful. Definitely not original Dragon Ball Goku. There was some point in Z where Goku openly admits, don't break the hyperbolic time chamber because I'm scared of Popo. I think he's stronger than me.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, they would need to figure out how to make Popo work, but Popo is the... Okay, you choose Mr. Popo. You choose a second character. Like, the game allows you to choose one more character, and instead of playing as Mr. Popo, the game turns into fucking One Punch Man. You're waiting for Popo to arrive. If Popo arrives at the fight, you instantly win.
I want to say it was either the Android Saga or the Cell Saga where Goku was scared of Mr. Popo. Well, at the same time, in the Boo Saga, Boo beats Popo with a single fucking, single fucking candy beam. Then again, the candy beam is screwy is it like a power level thing, or does it honestly just work on anything? Because I guess it did work on Vegito.
Yeah, from what I understand, the candy beam just works on anything, and like whether or not you can break out of it is it is down to how ready you are to fight it, more or less.
Yeah, because that gets screwy. Because did Boo only beat Mr. Popo because he got the drop on him?
Yes.
Like,
everything in my mind points to that. Yes.
I mean, the Boo saga is poorly written even by Dragon Ball standards in several places, because it's like, okay, why are Tien and Chi-Chi running away from Boo instead of fighting? Because both of them should at least be able to delay Boo for a little bit if they need to protect, Marin and fucking Kami and whoever else.
Yeah.
And boy, are we really lucky that everyone died. Oh, no, wait. I was about to say, boy, are we really lucky that everyone died on Dende's platform except Dende. Then I remember, no, Mr. Popo threw Dende off the platform specifically to make sure Dende would live.
Yeah.
Which means that the only reason they were able to beat Boo in the end is because Mr. Popo made the call to throw Dende off the platform. So Mr. Popo saved the world.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
So yeah, I really want Mr. Popo to be playable, so I can get a created stories where we just go through the regular Dragon Ball arcs, but Mr. Popo it just steps in each arc.
Well, his super move isn't even a Kamehameha or anything. It's just to throw somebody off of Dende's platform, regardless of what stage you're on.
Yeah.
It jump cuts to the top of the fucking tower, and the opponent gets thrown off of it. And they make sure to lower the volume of the character screaming as they're thrown.
Mr. Popo's super move is just a Shagokusatsu. It cuts to black and you just hear the opponent screaming. And then they're dead.
As it cuts to an intense close-up of Mr. Popo's face.
Yeah.
Because they did at some point in either Super or Kai, they did sneak in a pecking order reference where Mr. Popo, for whatever reason, says something weird, and it zooms into an intense close-up of Mr. Popo's face. I remember there being something there, like there was supposedly behind the scenes with Kai or Super, like some kind of intense fight of like Toei hates Dragon Ball Abridged, but like several of the actual creative people involved with Kai and Super love Abridged. So there was like some fights over some of that stuff, which of course the biggest win for Abridged was the fact that Kai then, when Kai did Mr. Satan's stupid movie rendition of the Cell Saga, everyone in Mr. Satan's depiction of the Cell Saga is portrayed by the abridged versions.
Yeah. But yeah, so yeah, I have characters to look forward for, like, cause like I have, once again, I would like to see Giru just because it would be fucking weird. How do you make the character work? But also Mr. Popo, like if they had Mr. Popo, that what if Mr. Popo is the pre-order character? He's not, but still.
No. I could absolutely see Mr. Popo either being one of those weirdo unlockable characters for the special stories, like Devilman and Budokai Tenkaichi 3. Or I could see Mr. Popo sneaking into like season 2 of DLC in the middle, and people going like, what the fuck?
And yeah.
The real question with Mr. Popo is he black?
Yes.
Or are we going to get purple Popo?
Did we ever get purple Popo?
Kai recolored Mr. Popo to be purple.
Oh, I see. Well,
I don't think Super did though, and Super I would say is probably more relevant than Kai.
Yeah. I mean, either way, we'll probably get both as palettes.
Yeah. If we don't get purple Popo's default, purple Popo will be costume too.
Yeah.
Assuming we get Popo at all, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, like, for me, like, the only serious character at this point I want is 21. Other than that, like, when I think of the characters I really want, they're all fucking lame joke characters like Pilaf.
Yeah. Shotgun farmer.
Farmer with a shotgun. He's in Breakers. That's the thing. I don't know. Because Breakers is still going, and so is Xenoverse. I don't see them stopping the Xenoverse gravy train for shit.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like the thing with Farmer with a Shotgun is, like, they will canonically support people that want to play them, but if you want to play them, go play Breakers. And I think Bulma is going to always run into the same thing, too, of like, yeah, we have a Dragon Ball game where you can play as Bulma. It's called Breakers. Like, you know...
I'm trying...
Dragon Ball Breakers.
Yeah. I'm trying to think like I don't think I have a serious character that I look forward to because a lot of the ones that the serious characters that I want are more or less like guaranteed to be like we're getting Z Broly.
Yeah. Oh, that's absolute. If Z Broly is, if anything, going to be if he's not in the game, and the odds of that are pretty fucking low, because there's all these characters they could have used to market DLC. They're just on roster. But even if he's not on roster, you know he's season 1.
Yeah.
They haven't shown any of the movie villains yet, have they?
I guess not.
I'm gonna look it up real quick. I'm gonna pull the roster back up.
Did they show Golden Frieza?
They did. Yeah, Golden Frieza has been shown.
Then I guess technically they showed a movie villain just because Golden Frieza was originally in the main Battle of Z, or no, Superhero was
Battle of
Broly.
Z eventually adapted into Super as well.
Yes. Yes, Battle of Z was the first arc of Super, but yeah.
Right, yeah, because that became the whole thing. Well, Broly on the roster list is specifically put as Broly parenthesis Super, implying that he needs to be clarified to be different from the other Broly on the roster.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing Z Broly or any of the movie villains so far, though that's not a guarantee, because, like, it's 108 gazillion wrestlers, characters. Yeah. Okay, DLC, so they have already confirmed what DLC, the first season of DLC is going to be, and it's not Z Broly. They haven't confirmed who all it's going to be, but at least 2 of them are the 2 superhero android dudes from Dragon Ball Superhero. So I did also notice, looking over this roster, that there's no Beast Gohan or Orange Piccolo, so I bet you anything Orange Piccolo and Beast Gohan are also going to be DLC.
I'm going to look this up. What the fuck is a Beast Gohan?
Oh, you don't know? Beast Gohan is Gohan's new form that he got in Superhero that's equivalent to Ultra Instinct Goku.
Oh.
It looks really stupid. His hair turns gray.
Yeah, I see. It's like... What if we gave an oversized Super Saiyan wig to Gohan?
So, yeah, Beast Gohan looks like the joking Super Saiyan 4 that people would present before GT.
Yeah. See, I was hoping that because of Beast like this would be a way to re-implement the Super Saiyan 4 design. But I guess fuck me, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
The super people cannot take cannot fucking accept that the Super Saiyan 4 design is better than fucking the Super Saiyan Blue.
Yeah, Super Saiyan 4 is a really interesting design. That is the thing. I think that it's kind of in the point where, like, GT, we don't really want to dig into GT. We're still really unsure whether we want GT to be acceptable for canon or not.
I mean, sure, but at the same time, they have taken Broly and made him acceptable to like. They can recontextualize the Super Saiyan 4 and then just have it also be a cool design that is canon, you know?
Yeah. It's a good question. I feel like, at least for the merchandise purposes, like what we see with the games, it is more or less in the territory of, look, you're going to get Super Saiyan 4 in every Dragon Ball game. It's just a guarantee. If you're going to get anything from GT, you're going to get Super Saiyan 4.
Yeah.
Like, who else was in Fighter Z from GT other than Kid Goku and Super Saiyan 4 Gogeta? Baby, right. Baby came from GT and he was in Super Saiyan.
Oh, yeah.
He was in Fighter Z. And for them to explicitly make it so that the DLC one is so apparently DLC season 1 is going to be Dragon Ball Z Super and Dragon Ball Daima. That's what they've explicitly labeled. Which Dragon Ball Daima is going to be really funny because that means we're going to get Kid Vegeta.
Oh, I don't know what that is. Dragon Ball Daima.
So Dragon Ball Daima is Toriyama's last work, supposedly. It is a upcoming movie that is about the Z Fighters get turned into children.
Ah.
And they've already shown the promo art of like Kid Goku, which we've already seen Goku as a kid for how long now. Kid Vegeta, I think Kid 18, and like I forget if there was Kid Piccolo, but Kid Piccolo would be really funny.
I'm checking it right now. There's apparently like baby Goku rolling over baby Trunks, which doesn't make sense.
Oh my god, Kid Frieza!
Yeah, Kid Frieza. I thought you saw it already.
Kid Roshi!
Yeah. Fuck.
This is great.
This image.
Oh my god, there is Kid Piccolo.
Look at the voice text.
Oh.
I can't.
Oh, shit. I love how little sense this makes. I'm looking at a fucking picture of Kid 18, and she's holding Marin, and Marin, though, is still a baby.
Exactly. That's what I don't get. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Oh my god, it's a Kid Ox King. Is it supposed to be that it was just a family gathering? Because why else would Ox King be there? Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Why did you type in specifically Dragon Ball Daima cringe?
No! That's why I'm surprised too.
I'm not seeing any of this shit.
I just typed in Dragon Ball Daima.
Oh man, I forgot about the fucking Tournament of Power having Winnie the Pooh. They've got to include him, right? Because wasn't he one of the big hitters in the Tournament of Power, the Winnie the Pooh character?
I don't know. I'll have to look him up. But I'm there's also when I look up Dragon Ball Daima, I also get this.
I swear to God, if you just send me Sonic the Hedgehog Vor.
No.
Okay, it's Harley Quinn. Okay, that's a different variety of cringe, but I can deal with it.
It's Harley Quinn Vor, of course.
Oh, good lord.
Anyway, who am I looking up?
Dragon Ball's Winnie the Pooh. Hang on, well, I guess you could probably just look up Dragon Ball Winnie the Pooh, and it'll probably bring up his name, but...
Botamo, yeah.
Botamo, yes! I've seen a lot of people calling for him, and I keep forgetting why. Yeah, Bergamo is there. Are Bergamo and Botamo from the same universe? Hang on, I'll look it up.
I sent another image.
Hang on, I'll look at the cringe after I check whether they're from the same universe. Bergamo is from Universe 9. And let's see. Botamo is not from Universe 9. Oops, Dragon Ball Bottom. You want to know the really great thing?
What?
When I looked up Dragon Ball Bottom on accident, it was a picture of just an action figure of Goku's legs.
I was hoping you would say it was just a picture of Vegeta.
Okay, Botamo comes from Dragon Ball from Universe 6, which is Champa's universe. Which we will probably get Champa as well, come to think of it.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'll look at the cringe. Oh my god, that's not cringe, that's just amazing. So I'm going to be real here. I don't know really anything about Toppo, But the moment I saw that mustache, I was like, I need to figure this character out. And those comically large hands.
Yeah.
Like, if you look at the roster page, Topo's hands are absurdly sized in Sparking Zero.
Topo was actually it's actually a Ken design from Toriyama's Yaoi that he was working on. Which, like, can I say it? I find it really fucking funny how after all these years, gay porn and lesbian porn have universally been just renamed Yuri and Yaoi respectively. Or maybe the other way around. I forget which way I said them, but whatever.
That would apply in the nerdy spheres, perhaps, to a certain degree, but not to the rest of culture.
Yeah.
Oh my god, you know, it just occurred to me.
What?
The stupid beast form Gohan hair is probably what it would look like if Raditz went Super Saiyan.
Oh, yeah. What if Raditz went Super Saiyan 3? How
you just see a ball of hair advancing towards you.
Exactly, like you know, how do you describe like an armadillo made of hair?
For stupid Super Saiyan designs, the best one for me will always be the designs. I assume it was fan art, but nonetheless, if it was official, I'd love it. But for me, one of the absolute best is Nappa Super Saiyan, where his goatee turns into a big beard. But he's still bald.
Nappa Super Saiyan 4.
Oh, no.
I guess I'm looking that up.
Well, Budokai Tenkaichi 3 did introduce the idea of Great Ape Nappa.
It's not what I was looking for, but you know, I guess it is now. Could be worse.
Yeah. Though the way that his goatee changes in that one starts to make him look like King Vegeta.
Yeah. If I really want to see some fucked up shit, I'm gonna write this in. I'm gonna write in Goku Super Saiyan 5.
Oh no.
Ah, yes, I remember this. This was a Mugen character. Fuck.
This is devolved from fighting games R to sloppy shit is.
You remember this? Fuck.
No.
He was in at least 3 separate Dragon Ball Mugens I played while growing up. He had sprites and shit.
Amazing.
This is Super Saiyan.
Well, it's like the Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
It's like the Mortal Kombat Mugens that add Panther.
Yeah. This is Super Saiyan 5 Goku. Alright, give me a number. We're going
Super Saiyan 6. We need to go up from here.
Alright, we're going even further beyond. Okay, there's a couple of designs. It's mostly just color stuff. This is the first one that came up. The other one that I can see is a blue recolor of this, more or less.
That's basically just combining Super Saiyan 4 with Super Saiyan fucking Rose or whatever it's called.
Yeah. No,
that's just if Goku Black went Super Saiyan 4.
I was about to say. Alright, what's Super Saiyan 7? Super Saiyan 70? Oh, no!
I was gonna just go for 10.
Alright, we'll go with 10 after this. But why does turning Super Saiyan 7 make Goku turn into fucking Basara from Samurai Showdown?
He suddenly loses the fur?
Okay, not this one, but there's a close-up version of this that I actually kind of like. Wait, what is that behind him? Okay, so I'm gonna send 2 images for this. So this is Super Saiyan 10.
Okay, it's getting closer to Broly. Like the skirt and everything, we are approaching Broly.
But also, I think the Super Saiyan 10 in the foreground. In the background, I don't know what the fuck that is.
Oh, you've never seen that one before?
If I did, then I blocked
That
it from
one
my
I've
memory.
actually seen before.
If I've seen that before, I've blocked it from my memory.
My memory of it is that it was labeled Super Saiyan 100.
Ah. Okay.
Okay, I'm curious whether Googling Super Saiyan 18 brings up a design for someone's Goku Super Saiyan OC, or if that's just someone trying to figure out what 18 would look like as a Super Saiyan. Especially because she's already blonde.
In the meantime, I will search it up in a sec, but in the meantime, here's Super Saiyan 15. I like that.
That looks like the protagonist of a late 1990s fighting game that doesn't know if it wants to be Mortal Kombat or Tekken.
Yeah.
That looks like a Toshinden.
There's 2 designs for Super Saiyan 18. It's both Goku. I like this. I somewhat like this one. Like I think this one has some.
Oh!
This is definitely over designed, but I think it has some merit for like when this would have happened. But also
it's Pikachu.
Yeah. But also there's this one. Fucking like I don't even know what to call this Goku.
I want to commend it because it's very obviously done in a sketchbook and not with a online art software. On the other, and I mean, it is very quality sketching, I must say. On the other hand, yeah, and the spray painted on shirt makes it look like it's not a shirt. Well, for one thing, why is he got the man horse shirt? Why is it specifically the man horse shirt with the cleavage? Second of all, the spray painted on tightness of it makes it look like it's not a shirt. It makes it look like the Super Saiyan whatever just makes Goku's skin start turning black.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go for a random number. Super Saiyan 52. Actual, there are results.
Of course there are.
So this is Super Saiyan 52.
Look, someone's been working at this with their goddamn DeviantArt. Oh, wow.
Like,
why is that art so good?
I don't know. I unironically like this design. It reminds me of fucking like of the guy from Yu Hakusho.
Reminds me of Asura's Wrath. Like, that's the guy that I expect Asura's Wrath. It gets to the end, and that's the guy that killed Asura's family.
Yeah. This is anime Kratos.
That looks like that looks like the Oni to evil Ryu.
Oh yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Okay, finally I have found one that doesn't exist. There is no Super Saiyan 187.
Okay. Well, now that you've dived into the depths of weird OC Super Saiyans, have you ever seen that Dragon Ball game that allows you to fuse anybody with anybody?
I don't know.
So there is a Dragon Ball game that allows you to do fusions between a variety of characters, including most notably... so Dragon Ball Budokai 3 or Budokai Tenkaichi 2, I forget which, had a joke scenario where what if Tien and Yamcha fused?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yep, so that made Tiancha, who was the most delightfully ugly character design I've ever seen come out of Dragon Ball, and intentionally so for once. But my memory is that fusion game got real weird with it.
I mean, that's just the nature of fusion games. There's also the Pokemon game where you can fuse any Pokemon with any other Pokemon. It
Right, you mix Licky Tongue with any other Pokemon to make various innuendos.
Yeah, or like the fucking if you mix, I think if you fuse low pony with Porygon, then you get low pony on top of like a pop up that says hot singles in your area or something like that.
Hey, hang on. I found the wiki page for this Dragon Ball Fusions game. I need to block all these ads first. Fucking fandom wiki.
Yeah, I just have you blocked.
It's the fucking worst. I'm sorry, did you just say... I couldn't hear what you said. For me, it just sounded like you said, I just hate cock.
Depends on whose. Mine? Sure. But yeah, no, as I said, that's why I have you blocked.
Yeah, I should consider switching at some point. Adblock Plus is pretty good for having YouTube covered, but it's really bad about covering a fandom.
Yeah. Like the uBlock sometimes it messes up on YouTube, but then you can literally just write at the devs and they will write new code real quick that you can paste into the thing to fix it until they can roll out the fix normally.
Good lord, there's a lot of ads here. And they're getting smarter about trying to cover for ad blocks. They figure out ways they can make it semi-invincible ads, right?
Yeah.
All right, nonetheless. Okay, I've got all the shit out of the way. Good lord. Okay. Hang on, let me see if I can figure this shit out where the fusions are. Okay, it's going to take me a minute, but by now this podcast has already devolved, so
yeah.
The train has left the station on bizarreness.
when are they adding Super Saiyan 52 Goku to fucking Dragon Ball or King Zero?
Okay, what? Raditz versus Nappa. Nats. Hang on, okay. Yeah, that's a pretty stinky one. Let me throw this in the Discord chat. Get a load of this shit.
Ah, yes.
Burter plus Rikum. Recurter. Oh, yeah. Jace plus Goldo. Gulse. Hold on. Okay, hang on. So I gotta keep going. Gohan plus Krillin. Krigohan. Hold on. You need to see this one because this is an inspired design.
I see.
Why does he turn into Jimmy Neutron?
Why wouldn't he? He is the boy genius.
Gohan plus Trunks. Go Hanks.
That's not a Dragon Ball character. That's what they say to Tom Hanks every shoot.
Oh, wait. Hang on. Vegeta plus Trunks. Vajanks.
All right, now, are you doing these live? Or are these pre-made?
I'm pulling them off a list here.
Because I was gonna say if you're doing them live, then I wanted to see if you combine Piccolo and Kami, if it just gives you Piccolo again.
Sadly, there's just a list of the fusions that work, but nonetheless, Krillin, which is mostly just Piccolo with Krillin's eyes for some reason. Apparently, which order you merge Tien and Yamcha in matters, because you can make Tiancha Or you can make Yamhan. Hang on.
I don't know what to do.
Behold Yamhan.
I don't know what to do. All of my companies are filled with Yamen.
Excuse me.
That's you.
Oh. This is a hero. Majin Satan.
Yes. Like, even that name. But wait, depending on the localization, wouldn't this be Fat Satan?
Yeah?
Uh,
Well, once he's good, then he's no longer Majin, right? So he's just fat. Well, no, I guess their whole species is Majin.
yeah, that whole
But
species
then-
is Majin.
What's the M on evil Vegeta's forehead stand for?
Mahvel.
Okay, well. A Raleigh plus Towa. Why would that fusion work? Why would that be one of the fusions they put in?
I don't know.
And some of the fusions just make sense. Pan plus Bulla or Bra equals Bra Pan. But nonetheless, this is an acceptable design. There we go. Though now that I look at it, actually, it's really just Pan with blue hair.
Yeah,
It's really just that Bra stole Pan's outfit.
like it's tall Pan with blue hair.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Vegeta plus Yamcha. Yamcha.
Honestly, I thought you were going to say Vegeta plus Yamcha. Failure.
Yeah. Okay, wait. This design actually kind of works. Let me get this one. Beerus plus Whis equals Weirus. But I actually kind of like this design.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Oh, good lord. Great Saiyan Man plus Great Saiyan Woman. That's weird.
Doesn't it just make Pan?
Well, logically it should, but no, it just makes a better Great Saiyan Man. Videl just kind of gets put in the back? I don't know. One would think there'd be a host of issues created from the fusion of a man and a woman.
Logically speaking, would this be the greatest Saiyaman then?
Yeah. I guess so.
What if... I guess they didn't yeah?
Nope, proceed.
I was gonna say, what would happen if you combined fucking Yamcha and Mr. Satan?
I don't know. We'll have to see if that one works. However, Turles plus Raditz. Turts.
Of course.
The thing that's really fucking stupid here is beyond the fact that Turles and Raditz are already identical to Goku, barring Raditz's hair. The other thing that's really fucking stupid here is the fact that for whatever reason, their scouters have merged to make glasses.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. Oh god, Riku plus Goldo. Hold on. Behold. Rigoldo.
I see.
It's just that Goldo fucking scalped Riku and put his scalp on him.
Yeah.
Okay, Jaco is the space policeman. Future Trunks plus Jaco equals... Hold on. They get out of the way soon. God damn it, they're fucking talking about bullshit. Okay, there we go. Behold, J Kunks.
I see.
He looks disappointed.
Why does he have an N on his shirt?
I think that's supposed to be for the Space Patrol. It might be that the Space Patrol's logo accidentally merged with the Capsule Company's logo.
Oh, maybe.
Okay, now get ready for this shit. Shiaotsu plus Cyberman. Xiaoman.
Yes! I love him.
Could you imagine, though, if I just posted a fucking tombstone picture?
I would have laughed so hard. No, that's TNN Chatsu.
Pow!
What?
Dodoria plus Zarbon.
Oh. Wait, which
Get ready for this shit.
form of Dodoria?
Which form of Zarbon? So get ready for this shit, because you ain't. Dodobon.
I see.
That's a Dragon Quest villain. Oh no, this gets worse. Piccolo plus Gohan equals Kolohan. That's so bad.
I'm assuming that's Kid Gohan.
I think so.
Honestly, Piccolo and Gohan fusing should just make adult Gohan. Otherwise, it works.
Yeah, I suppose so. Wasn't that actually mentioned in the show when they were making Gotenks? Didn't someone ask, like, okay, it has to be two people with a close personal connection. Gohan and Piccolo, why didn't you fuse? And Gohan and Piccolo are both like, good question. And like Piccolo's like, oh, we're fucking dumb.
I don't remember. In Kakarot, it was it might have been rewritten, I guess. That they need to have similar power levels and roughly the same build.
Oh, that could still work. Well, they're about the same build. Yeah, power levels I can accept because, like, in the Buu Saga, Piccolo just stopped practicing.
Yeah.
But even then, it's still like, Piccolo, you asshole. And that means that in Super, they can fuse because Piccolo started practicing again.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, behold, Janembu.
Oh no.
Huh?
I actually kind of like the design.
Yeah, except for the fact that Janembu is for some reason wearing Boo as a hat.
Yeah.
Several of these are just like, not really fusion so much as just one of the characters killed the other and started wearing them.
Yeah. Like Piccolo and
Now,
Gohan.
here's a weird one. Oh, go ahead.
You know, I just said like Piccolo and Gohan.
Yeah.
Obviously.
So Android 17 plus Cell. I don't know. I mean, obviously, none of these make lore sense, but how would Cell get Android 17 to agree to fuse with him? Good question. Nonetheless,
He just gets a scarf.
he gets a scarf and like 17's hair starts clipping out of his head.
Sure. Why not?
And he gets pants, I guess.
Didn't he already have pants?
Cell doesn't have pants. He's a bug.
True, I guess.
A Raleigh plus Android 18 just ends up with a Raleigh wearing Android 18's clothes.
Of course.
Cell plus Android 16 leads to Perfect 16. Not sure he'd agree with that, but here you go, I guess.
I'm sure I agree with that.
That is the timeline where 16 killed Cell, and afterwards started fucking peeling Cell's shell off and wearing it.
Yeah.
And like 17 and 18 are both there like, what the fuck, 16? I'm celebrating my kill.
I need this to kill Goku.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
What?
Android 16 plus Android 17 equals 1617. Look at it. It's horrible.
It is. It really is.
Like, no element of that makes sense. I would think if you fuse 16 and 17, you get 33.
Yeah. See, like, also the thing is that, like, with some of these they tried to make the designs match each other, or something, and with some of these, like this one, it feels like they went out of their way to make it not match.
Yeah. Meanwhile, then, like, here's 1718, which relatively matches. I don't know why it is, though, when a chick and a dude fuse in Dragon Ball, apparently it's just guaranteed to make a dude. Though even that, it's really just 17 now has just started sweeping his hair over the same way 18 does.
Yeah.
Oh no, this looks bad. So here's Android 1920.
I see.
Wait, this one doesn't make any sense. Piccolo plus Pecan. Oh no, wait, Pecan, right? Pecan's the one that Goku meets in hell and hangs out with. But nonetheless, Picohan. This.
Sure, why not? That face.
Yeah. Oh.
What?
Do you remember Nuova Shenron, the one from GT that was the one Shenron that was kind of a cool guy?
The reddish one, yeah, sure.
Yeah, the one that wasn't a huge douchebag. Well, here's him plus Goku. Sushinku Shenron.
Okay, I think we. Okay, I don't know if we, but I definitely give too much shit to DeviantArt character designers.
Yeah. So, Demon King Dabura plus Piccolo equals.
That's not regular Demon King Piccolo.
That should, by all means, but no, it leads to Demon King Dakilo, which looks like that.
Sure.
Which really just looks like Dabura in green face.
Yeah, he's just being racist, which I guess he is Demon King, so he would be evil.
Yeah? Wait. Okay. Okay, Frieza plus Cooler. In Japan is called Fooler, but in the West he's called Cooliza. Nonetheless,
I don't mind that.
That looks like someone's. I will say that looks like what someone probably would have imagined Goku, Frieza having a new form in Super would look like.
Oh, true, yeah. To me, like
the shoulder pads bug me because they look like they belong on a mech.
I have to say the shoulder mechs look like Gundam, but
yeah, Gundam. There you go. Ginyusa.
Yes.
Look at his face.
He loves this.
He loves it.
The question here is Ginyusa still super racist because he's Frieza, or is he less racist because he can take other people's bodies?
Why would he take anyone's body? He's already Lord Frieza. That's exactly what he wants.
True, but at the same time, What the fuck else does skin you have?
Okay, they were taking the piss super hard with this one. Of all the combinations they could make, Xiaotzu plus Goldo makes... To me, that's just the ultimate confirmation they think of Xiaotzu as a dipshit. But look, Xiaodo!
Sure.
It's just a frog.
Yes. What? Did Chatsu and
Apparently,
Tien...
you can fuse Raditz plus Nappa 2 ways.
Oh.
You can either Raditz... Nappa plus Raditz equals Nats, but Raditz plus Nappa equals... hang on, Rappa. It's fucking Carl from Aqua Teen in that episode where he gets hair.
Yes, but he's also the hip hop artist. He's not a hip hop artist. He's the hip hop artist. That's why they call him Rapper.
Oh boy. What? Hang on just a moment. There's only 3 left, but they're all winners. Beerus plus Goku equals Gorus.
Oh boy. He
does not look happy about this.
They did not try. They had an assignment. They did not even try.
Goku Black plus Broly equals Coroli Black.
That sounds like a SoundCloud rapper name. Does it not? Am I wrong?
It does. And the Great Saiyaman plus Mr. Satan equals
Great Satan.
Great Satan Man.
Yes! They need to make this canon. It just needs to be his alter ego.
It needs to be Gohan tries to fuse with Videl and Mr. Satan stumbles in between. And Mr. Satan suck, just being shit, is too much for Gohan, and he makes Gohan shit.
Even more so than he already is. Like, did you ever think about how Gohan's character, like Gohan's character, can be summarized as the ultimate wasted potential? Because like the entire Z is spent with people going to Gohan. You have a lot of potential, and then he never does fucking nothing with it.
Yep, he doesn't want part of that.
But no, Chi-Chi doesn't want a part of that, and then he stops wanting a part of that as well, as after like the 5th time that he nearly dies. At like age 6.
Yeah. Well, you gotta remember also Gohan's memories of his earliest fights are getting the shit pushed in by Nappa and Vegeta. And Piccolo beating the shit out of him. And it's like, finally, now I'm a teenager, so I can really fight. Oh, Cell broke my fucking arm.
Yeah.
Like, Gohan's one big win is beating Cell. But, like, no one, Goku never gets his ass whipped that badly and wins as Gohan does against Cell.
Yeah.
Even Vegeta's ultimately the one that kind of wins out the Android Saga because he's the one that kills 19 and Dr. Zero. But even Vegeta didn't get whooped that badly there.
Yeah.
And Vegeta sucks. Though I guess if you consider the rest of the Android saga, Vegeta also gets his arm broken.
Yes.
So,
But Vegeta dies to a slap. So like,
did Cell have to eat 18 to learn the arm break technique?
no, but Sal did have to eat 18 to learn the killer bitch slap. Because if memory serves, because if memory serves, 18 breaks Vegeta's arm and then does the bitch slap, and then the bitch slap nearly kills Vegeta. And then and then Cell does the same thing to Gohan. Only Gohan cannot back down because the plot demands it.
Yeah, and also because Vegeta's a bitch and Gohan ain't.
Yeah.
Cell also had to eat 18 to become hot.
Arguable. Now you don't know you don't know which way I'm arguing, but it is arguable.
Oh boy.
Anyway, yeah, we're not getting the great Satan man. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero.
When the planets align, brother.
He is the pre-order bonus.
Oh boy.
Well, anyway.
All right.
At 4 hours, I think we've discussed the Marvel vs. Capcom collection.
Yeah,
Factually.
If there's ever going to be a Marvel vs. Capcom discussion, well, you know, if they ever reveal Marvel vs. Capcom 4, well, first of all, we should all shit ourselves. Second of all, it's the year of our Lord 2025 or 2026 at the earliest that they reveal Marvel vs. Capcom 4. And by that time, we may all be dead. But nonetheless, if it hypothetically ever happened, then that would have to be one of the FGAs we drag Pink to.
Yeah.
And again, I'm not sure we'd have to drag him on that one. I think that's the one. That Marvel is the only fighting game where I would say that Pink probably knows more than me.
Yeah.
And it almost becomes a funny thing there of like, I know that I don't have to give Pink too much advice for Street Fighter characters if those Street Fighter characters were in Marvel.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, we got right here T-Hawk. Pink's not going to know shit about him. However, Sea Viper is over there, and Pink knows Sea Viper.
Yeah. I don't know how we should play Street Fighter 4 sometime too.
We should.
Like it's one of those things where like I see a video of Street Fighter 4 and I go, man, I really want to play Street Fighter 4, and then I remember the controls and I go, oh no, right.
Yeah, that's the thing about Street Fighter 4 is I just installed it since it's on PS Plus. I just installed my PS4 or PS5 the other day to play, and as I was playing it, I was like, "Oh yeah, time to do a cool combo." And I remembered, no, right, this is Street Fighter 4. This is the game where it is one frame links or nothing.
Yeah, cool combos were banned. Eat shit and die.
Like, I think that Street Fighter 4 did on one hand, Street Fighter 4 revived the fighting game community, 08ers rather famously. On the other hand, it did irreparable damage in other ways because many people still think that combos are fucking one frame links. And it's like, no, that is just Street Fighter 4. No other game in fighting game history has had as hard of combos as Street Fighter 4. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And like it's not even just the advanced stuff. It's like, all right, you want to do fucking Tatsumaki to show you? Fuck you. You got Tatsumaki to sweep. Eat shit. Die.
Yep. Oh, boy.
So anyway, I guess fighting games were then.
Yes, they were.